Hello everyone, and let's build this API that we discussed. But let me first, you know, share this URL with everyone because I didn't know that from the mobile you schedule this lives. Uh, from the mobile only you can start this live. I don't know. It's dumb thing to do from this YouTube, but it costed me like 5 to 6 minutes. I just wasted it anyway. But you know what, let's not get into that. Let me just on the LinkedIn also, I let me just update quickly and we will just start right away. Something unexpected always comes, like literally. Let me just go ahead and I already scheduled this live for like Friday, but what can we do? Anyway, so yes, and hopefully this title and everything is. Let me just say it here. Hi, the goal of today's live to build is to build and ticket. I think I have title ticket booking system, and we will discuss everything. How do you uh, like start from the requirements? How do we will not just right away jump into the code. Whether we will talk about how do you think from these things. So that's what we are going to be discussing in this video. And from after we are like sure okay, these are the things, that these are the requirement, and that this is what we need to build, then we will build the actual code or write actual code. So let me just say the goal of today is to build a ticket booking system. Please join, and hopefully do let me know if you are joining. Are you able to hear me or anything? Okay, let me just turn off this mobile so that we don't get disturbed while writing the code. Please, please, please do let me know. Do let me know if you are able to hear me. I don't know. I just don't want to, but I hope that people are not joining on this mobile live. And I just started it, and that's where I got to know that yeah, this is the kind of shit happens. Anyway, let me just delete it from there, and hopefully now people will come here. Anyway, but you know what? Uh, so sorry about this whole mixed up thing, but I didn't literally know, from the I created this live. I scheduled it on the Friday itself, so that today we're not just wasting time in scheduling, writing title and all. Just we would just jump right into this coding part, but for some reason I just mixed this thing. I, to be honest, I didn't know that. But anyway, do let me know if you can hear me or anything, so that we can start. I think one person joined. uh, Hello there, can you please let me know are you able to hear me or can see, so that we can start. I think would wait just 1 or 2 minutes more, and then we will start building this ticket booking system. And trust me, you're going to learn one or two new things, definitely, I promise you that. Oh, Jitendra Gurnani, yes brother. Arey, sorry, yaar, Jitendra. Actually, what happened na? Remember, I scheduled that live, but I scheduled from the mobile application, and I don't know why, but this uh, mobile application, when you schedule the live from the mobile application, you can only join from the mobile. I mean, this is what I got to know just right away when I started it. So that's why I deleted that live and I started again this live. So I will keep that in mind. But you are able to hear me, all right? Just wait 1 or 2 minutes more, and then we will start. And till then, you can uh, grab your tea, coffee, or whatever you like. So, and I promise you, you will learn something new today, and your weekend will be like awesome. Ki yaar, at least I got to know something. Till that, let me just also grab my bottle of water so that we can. And don't worry, I will also share this entire problem statement with you guys also. So if you want to after this live, you want to explore like what changes do you want to make into this problem statement and how you implement yourself. You can definitely do that. So I have built this uh, like notes where I have written all the requirements and everything that we are going to be doing in this live session. So, and I think I have waited long enough, and I think Jitendra, we should start, right? What do you think? By the way, here's the tea. Cheers. Okay, so let me just explain how this live will be, going forward. So first, I will explain the problem statement. That what are the exact problem that we are going to be solving, and what you should keep in mind while building this kind of applications or API or anything. Uh, so that you don't just watch my video and think like what, he just wrote some code. Instead, how do you even start, like where do you even begin, how do you like from the problem to getting the requirement, then building the entire like folder structure and everything. So you will learn all of these things from this intuition mind of point of view, where you don't have to remember any of these things. And yes, I am saying this, you don't have to remember any of these things. After this live, you will be able to get this confidence key. No matter how big the problem is, you will always be able to break down that problem into the small chunks, and then from the problem statement to just folder structure, file structure, and you can kind of defend this idea also. Okay, if somebody says why did you do that way, then you can say this is why I did that way. All right, so let's start from that, and do let me know if you are able to see my screen. Let me just share my screen with you guys. Window entire screen. Let me just open first this explore. This is the website. Let me just make it dark so that okay. Are you able to see my screen? Ah, yes, you can see my screen. And let me make it dark so that it doesn't mess up with your eyes. So hopefully now this is much better. And right. So let's start. And let me just write some text here. Okay. Ticket booking system. And I know that once you hear about these like ticket booking system, and you just kind of get afraid ki yaar, what do you mean by the ticket booking system? Like there are so many things goes into your mind as soon as you start. hear these system words. And trust me, I was at your place also, like, for a few months or few years back, exactly the same place where as soon as somebody says, we need to build this application, you're like, how, what about this payment? I just wrote this line, ticket booking system, and your mind, or every software developer goes through this phase, so there's nothing to be ashamed about it. It's like they think about this, what about payment failure? What about authentication? What will be the tables look like? What will be this entire architecture of the code and everything? Like these thoughts goes into everybody's minds, and we just kind of get overwhelmed by this thing. Ki, "Arey yaar, from where do I even begin? What should I even write?" So to you, I just want to say, relax. I just wrote this title. Don't worry. Don't just think anything. Don't think. Today is not your time to think. It's my job to help you. So, don't think anything, and just relax. Let me just take a sip of this tea, and we will go slowly one by one. And trust me, everything will make sense to you. And you will say at the end of this live that, yes, thank you so much, Ajay. It was genuinely helpful. Okay. So till that, let me just do one thing. And okay, so let me say this thing. How do you want me to, go and explain this to you? Like, my plan was to just first I will explain you the problem, then one by one, or should I just drop this entire this problem statement into the chat so that you can, you have some idea of what we are building. Do you want me to do that also? I can do that, because I have this document here with me where I've written the what exactly are we going to build. So if you want, I can share that with you guys. If you want that, we can go do that. Otherwise, I will be explaining with sharing my documents. Okay. Remember, I have not mentioned anything about the tech stack yet, like what language or framework we are going to be using, because this is not how you build the application. We are taught in a wrong way, where we started from the programming language or like any software, like, okay, this is what we need to build. But when you think about application or any software, you don't think about language or framework or database, any of them at all. Because first you need to understand the problem. You don't even know. You just know this title, ticket booking system. That's all you know. Okay. So let's start. So first, in you need to understand one thing very clearly. In any software and any application, don't think about entire thing. Just one thing, which is right now I said ticket booking system, right? So our goal as a software engineer is not to design the all of this flow. Instead, our goal is to understand this particular line. What does it mean by ticket booking system? What do you want me to build? This is what we should ask either to the interviewer or to the somebody who is explaining us the problem. Okay, that is our number one goal. So for that, for this live purpose, I have built a document. So let me just share it with you guys so that, and also I will explain one by one what does it mean. So let me just copy entire this document and let me put it in comment section. Actually, I can't put that into comment section because it says it's more than two, like, more characters. But let me just do this half one by one. In two half, let me put it. So I hopefully now I can do that. अरे यार. Still, I can't do that. How about I just share that with you also? And let me just do that. But I'm already sharing this thing with you. So let me just copy this and paste it over here. Hmm. Oh no, no, it's too much, and I don't want to ruin this look ticket booking system. You know what, let me just explain one by one. So the core requirement, which I think this is what I can uh, put into this comment. Yes. So as you can see, I think let me just format it. Let me just remove it and let me do this now. Arey yaar. Anyway, the core requirement is we have this view available seats, book a seat, view their tickets, cancel a ticket. This is core requirement, meaning when as a user, what he can do is he can view the available seats for them and book a seat. A user can book a seat. User can view their tickets, like what kind of tickets they booked, and cancel a ticket. This is it. That's the entire thing that we are going to be building. In this life, we are not going to be thinking or building this payment authentication, any of these things. And now you might be thinking, "Ki, Ajay, okay, great. Now where do we start? Like what does about this model and you know schema and database and all of these things?" See, again, as I said, it is not our job is to assume. We don't assume anything. We ask this question to the somebody who is explaining us. So for this document, for this live purpose, I have built this document where it says entirely, and trust me, you might say, "Ki, okay, Jay, there are three entities, seat and ticket. That's it, right? There are some seats and there is a ticket. So we have some seats available. So obviously, as a user, what you do in a ticket booking system, what you usually do is you go and you view the seats. Ki, okay, there are 5 to 10 seats, and then you click some on some like a seat, and you book it. That's it. That's the entire flow. And for this ticket booking system, what we are going to be doing is this: we are giving all the seats. Okay, as you said that there is this line, view available seat. As a user will go view available seats, and then if he likes, he can book any of the seats. Don't think about UI. Don't think about UI. Just focus on the requirement. This is what I want you to build, or we will build. So Ajay, but what about the authentication? Like, I don't care. In this live class, we don't care about authentication. And this is how, as a software engineer, you also think. We don't care about the authentication. You just assume that authentication is already done. And how and when, it's not our concern. Your job is to build a software or application based on the requirement that were given to you. You don't have to worry about what about payment. No, no, no. We are just building all of this requirement. What these are the requirements that we are given, and you don't have to assume anything. And this is, I think, biggest mistake that as a software developer I made in my early career. I used to assume too much. What about payment? Like, payment is also the concern. How would somebody pay? Then status. No, 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 no. That's not how we think. We think in the given requirement term. And I told you, I given the requirement to you. There are 4 things that a user can do. Now, how does the user create account? It's not our concern. As I said, because it's not in a requirement, so it's not our concern. Users can only do 4 things: view the available seats, book a seat, view their tickets, and cancel a ticket. That's it. Uh, Now comes to the second part, which is, now we have fixed the requirement. This is the only requirement that we need to build. Now we have controlled our mind. Okay, okay. Don't think about authentication. Just bring your mind to this problem only. Okay, if I need to only perform as a user, 4 options: view available seats, book a seat, view their tickets, cancel a ticket. That's it. I don't need to care. I don't care about another thing. Now comes the actual thing, which is coding part. We come to the coding part. But what do I code? Right? Like, where do I even begin? This is where comes the next phase. And still, I'm not coding anything. This is also second phase where you ask the requirement about it. You decide that there are 2 entities. When you say seat, you don't assume anything about this also. You just ask the interviewer, wait a minute, or somebody who is explaining, you senior or any management, just you get the idea, right? Somebody is explaining to you, so you ask this question to them, and it's their responsibility that they will tell you when. So you might ask this question, what do you mean by seat? Like, when you say seat, like, what does it represent? Like, what are the fields that seat has, and available and not available? Like, how do I represent that seat? They will explain to you. So here's the actual sheet model, you can say. Let me share that into here. I don't know what the hell is this chat. I'm just trying to make it a little bit nice, and it's just whatever. It's not looking good. I don't know what to do. But you get the seat model. Let me just go maybe one more time. You can't put a space. Great. I think we need to design this live also for the YouTube so that they can at least it should look nice. Don't focus on this. Let me just delete it. It's not looking good. Trust me. Let me just find a way to. So let's go here on this screen and let me put here. Hopefully this is much more clear. And how do I like just give me some minute here. It is my first time doing these things, so it's a little bit hard. Let me just make it bold, I guess. So whatever. I hope you are able to see this seat model. Let me make it a little bold. And a seat model has this ID, seat number. These are the field. You are able to see it, right? Key seat model has this ID, seat number, status is also there. See, available booked. There only can be two values into the status. Available, either booked. That's it. Now you don't have to assume. Again, you did not assume anything. You asked this question. Okay, what does a seat mean? So by default it will be available, obviously, right? And once the user book the ticket, it's the seat will be booked. That's all we need to get. So we asked about seat also. Now ticket, how do you like, you can literally ask this question like this. Okay, hey, how do you like, how does this ticket booking works? Can you explain about it? Like, what are the fields and like what do you want me to do exactly in API point of view? Can you just walk me through that? This is the exact question that you can ask to the other person. You're not assuming anything, and this was the problem. Because at first when we like read this line key ticket booking system, we thought, okay, what do you like, how would I post, we are thinking in a code terms. Ki, what about this post api, what about this get api, what about this model and falana dimkan. We get overwhelmed by this entire things, but this is not how a real system works. They, you don't have to assume, you can just ask question. And the more the question you will ask, the more clear it becomes to you, right? So now we have this seat model because that is what we need to build. Seat and ticket booking, that's it, that's it. So for that we asked, okay, what do you want me to do with seat? Like, what does seat represent? Can you explain a little bit about it? And here sheet model is little simple. It has ID. Obviously I think ID would is like a universal, so everything will have ID, so that we can uniquely identify any like a table or row, right? Seat number, it will have a seat number, and then the status either available or booked. That's it. So now your mental model of seat is cleared, right? We did not write anything code, we did not assume anything, we just asked, and it is their responsibility. Now goes to the second. Now you know about seat. Now you ask me this question, Kya, okay, we are booking a ticket booking system. I know about seat. Now what is the next, which is ticket. What does ticket represent? Like, how do you want me to book, and what does this model look like? Can you explain the fields? Like, what should I take? And there are two ways to ask the question. Either you can ask them, can you give me the exact model? And I think if you are just junior developer, you might ask this question. But if you are in an interview, instead of asking this question, you can frame this like that. Ki, okay, I'm thinking ticket will have some kind of street ID, and who is booking that ticket, like user, so user ID definitely will be there. And anything extra they should I care about, you can ask like this, and they will love it. Because now you're not telling them, "Okay, give me the everything." You're just thinking out loud. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Can you help me to make this model? And they will share that with you. So you can, and for this purpose, for this live purpose, I have created already. Okay, this is what this, and let me paste here, ticket model. And by the way, do let me know if you are able to see it or not. Okay, or anything if you don't understand, please do let me know, so that I can. I'm more than happy to explain this to you. So, and this is the ticket model. Okay, are you able to see it like clearly, right? Can you just say yes or no, anyone, so that I know you are able to see my screen. Oh, hi Arpit, what's up? Okay, so the next question is this ticket model, and as I said, you ask this question to the interviewer or anyone who's explaining, your senior developer or anyone who's explaining to you. Okay, what does ticket represent? And you're not assuming anything, right? You're asking this question. Remember, we did not write any code yet, and that is not the first thing we do as an engineer. This is what we do. So here, this is what ticket represent. It has its ID. So meaning, when we will create a model, it will have ID. As I said, ID is like a universal thing, so it will definitely have all the tables will have this ID. User ID field, as I said, who's booking the ticket, right? Seat ID, which seat I am booking. As I said, this ID, seat model has ID, so this ID will be here, so that we can identify that okay, this user booked this seat. And the status of active or cancelled, whether this ticket is like active currently or is cancelled. And I will come back to you and also explain this to you, what does it mean. And then there is this field called created at, like at what time this ticket was created, meaning somebody saw the like a seats, and then they booked that seat, meaning ticket was created. That's it, right? So this is a, like, now we have clear picture. Okay, there are seats and there is ticket model. Now as a user, they will go to this like a web page, mobile application, or any of that. You can see, it's up to you, okay, how do you like to visualize yourself. But the main idea is from the user point of view. Think about it, because as I also mentioned here, the user can view available seat, book a seat, view their tickets, and cancel a ticket. These are the four things that as a user can do, and these are main core features that we will build here. We are not asking what is the user table, what is the payment table, how will they like from where they will make the payment, Paytm or credit card, whatever. It is not our concern, because, and I think this is like a big, very big skill, where you understand that you don't build the entire system, you build a fraction of the system. So once we kind of train our mind to think in this terms, so it becomes a little bit easier for us to build. Remember, we have not talked about technology yet, ki which kind of tech we are going to use, and how all of these things, payment, everything will code structure, how the code structure will look like. We don't care about it anymore, like at this level. Right now what we did was, we have gathered the requirement basically by asking questions, right? And I think now it is more clear that what the seat model look like and what the ticket model looks like. Now goes to the next feature. Again, depending on in which phase you are, you can ask these questions. So for example, if you are in interview, then obviously you can't just ask all the questions. But if you're talking about product building, so you are just in a team, and your senior gave you this document, hey, Arpit, hey Jitendra, we need to build this thing, then you can definitely ask these questions. Okay, what does it look like, what do you want me to do? So when we say view available seat, let's go one by one. So obviously now comes the API part. We just, again, we are just going one by one. So now let's clear one by one thing. This is a clarity, but still you don't know what do you now. Now comes the coding level questions, which is when you say view available seats. Like, what do you mean by that? You ask this question to your senior or anyone who's giving the answer. Key, what do you mean by when we say key user can view available seat? What do you want me to do in this sense? So what, and in this case, what I want you to do is this. Obviously, you will write a get API endpoint, which would look like something like this. API requirement. Let me just write this API requirements. Hopefully the meaning is right. API requirement. So the first requirement is, let me just say, get is the endpoint and slash sheets. This is it. So once I call this API endpoint, I want all the sheets which is available. Do you understand? So it should be look like, it should look like this. Response will look like this. Key response is this key. Whenever I say slash API slash sheets, this is what I should get. Return all sheets where status status is available. So I hope this makes sense to you. What you want, what I want you to do. See, we don't care about how does this look like on the UI, and all we care about it is whenever somebody and they call this API endpoint slash sheets and the get is their method, we need to return the seeds where status is available. Now exactly you know what you need to do in the code. You're not assuming anything. You're not thinking about the logic. What the logic will I should I do this and should I do that? No, no, no. I explicitly told you where the status is available. And as I said, as you if you go through in this model now, so you will see either the status could be available or booked. That's it. So what you will do, we will go to the seat model or seat table. You will fetch all the seats and you will check where query, where close, where your right status is available. You will pull all those seats and you will return. That's it. That's all you have to do in this endpoint. So our one problem is solved now logically, right? We will write code, but currently, I hope this was like helpful to you. Okay, now it make little bit sense. Okay, now you can go and you can write the code about it. Okay, now how will you write the code? Well, your goal is simple. You make the endpoint, controller, whatever that route. You make the route, and you go to the database. You fetch all the seeds, but you write this where status where you write where status is available. Give me all the like rows, and then you return it to the some whoever is calling. That's it. That's all you have to do. So now one part is clear. View available seats. Now second is book a seat. We will go to the next. If anyone has questions till now, you can ask me. I will explain you. Or should we go to the next? Like anything, it could be like dumb question, anything. Don't be afraid. This is how I think this will become little bit interactive. So please ask me that question if you have. Otherwise, we can just go to the next, which is book a seat. Okay, what does it mean by book a seat? Let me. And I know it might take some times to you guys to get used to this understanding. But I think this is the best way to detach yourself from this technology, especially in today's era where technology is like changing rapidly fast. Once you have this kind of thinking now, so you don't really care about in which language or which framework you are going to write the code, because you mentally you have this clarity ki, okay, I have this model, I need to write this endpoint, and in this endpoint also what I should return. So you just use this get slash API. Somebody calls this API endpoint, and you just return all the seats where status is available. You have done your job. Now, if tomorrow somebody comes and says nobody can find your mistake now, because you are doing exactly what you are told to. You're not assuming these things. Why did you return all the seats where status is available? Nobody is going to come to you and tell you, because you can just point them. Okay, this is the document and this is what it says and this is what I wrote. That's it. This is how real development happens. People don't write logic because they assume something. Everything should be clear. Okay, this is exactly how it will happen, and this is how we also write the code. So let's go to the next thing, which is book a sheet. Sorry, let me just copy this, write this here, and it will be like a post, meaning we are just putting something into the database, right? And the endpoint would be for that this tickets. So whenever somebody calls this endpoint, what we need to do is we need to book a ticket, and the method is post, and we are calling somebody, like user is calling, not user particularly, but in a code somebody is called this endpoint. We need to book a ticket. And what does it look like? Well, the user will send in the body, this is what the user will send, or we expect. Now this is, this body is inside the body there's this seat id is 10 or whatever. This is what we expect from the front end. And now it could be mobile application, it could be web application, anything. They will send this to us in the backend. You will expect this. You will extract that sheet ID, and then what you will do, again, same thing. You will go to the database. You will use this model of ticket. Now, here's a very good observation for you guys, which is it. Yes, I agree with you. Hmm. We need to ask question. That's exactly right, Jitendra. This is how, because otherwise, what's the point? Like, you can assume anything you want, but business requirement should be like clarity. Everybody should know, okay, when I click on this button, this is exactly what needs to happen. How will this happen? It's your responsibility that you make sure, okay, this is how the response, this is what front end will send, this is what back end will send, and these are the exact operation that uh, in we will write into our code, so that we know the predictable behavior. So I would say, okay. So now, as I said, I was saying to book. We were on this booking a ticket. Now you notice something user ID, but here on the post we did not get this user ID, right? So you might think, yeah, yeah, where will we will get this user ID? So this is what I was talking to you about. It's not our responsibility ki whether the user table exists or not. We will assume. This is where assumption comes, when you design these kind of system, where that that you always assume that, okay, let's just assume for a second ki you have joined an organization and you want to add some functionality. It could be anything, it could be any feature. So what you will not write everything from the scratch. There are code that already written for you, right? You are lucky if you are like getting project from the scratch, but most probably you will not be working on the product on your own. There will be already code written, some years ago. You will need to utilize that. So you don't. So when you work in this kind of like a systems, you don't need to worry about user authentication and all of these things. That are already done, and you need to understand that. So how does this user ID comes? Well, you can just assume for our purposes, you can just assume that in the header you will get this user ID. That's it. So we'll just extract that user ID from the header. It would look like something like this. Let me just put it here, something like this. And I hope you know about headers, request headers. And if you don't, then you can just Google it, or maybe I can explain you after that. But the idea is you can attach. So just assume ki your request come, there are some services that are running. They will extract, like intercept this request. They will attach the user ID to this header, and then uh, that particular request will come here on this post slash ticket. That's it. And you can assume that, and the reason is you can safely assume is that because I'm telling you, and as a requirement also, uh, there are some time when the other code is already written, huge part of the code base is already written, so you don't have to write it. And this is how that code was written. So you can assume safely that user ID will you will get user ID in every request, so you don't have to worry about it. And it will be in a header, right? So sheet ID come, you have the user ID, and what else do you need to create a ticket? Now you don't have to worry about it because status, of course, by default, uh, it will like you could create this active, and then created date will be the date. That's it. What you will So what you will do, you will write a controller or service, whatever you are getting. You will get this user ID and sheet ID from the request. You will create the, you will store these thing. You will put a status active, and you will put the created date, and that's it. And then you will just return. What you will return? You will return either a success message. It could be like, return the ticket, or just return the, like a response. So for example, response, I can just write here, response, return ticket. That's it. So whatever the ticket that we created, we can just return that, or we can return something like a ticket is created or something like that. It's up to you. But for now, just assume that you need to return the ticket. So whatever the ticket that we created in the database, we will just return that. We will just send this ticket all itself. All right. So that is done. Now the third thing is view the ticket. It's very simple. Same. Let me just go this side. Let me first put this to this here, so that I have enough space. And one more thing, I think I forgot to mention you guys here, is return ticket, and also this condition also. I think if seat is already booked, so let's just say same user try to book a already booked ticket, right? So we should give 400 here, okay, that you can't book this ticket because this ticket is sorry, this seat is already booked. Okay, so we can't do that. So that is also condition that we need to like think in mind while writing this code for this ticket booking. If the seat is something that a seat that is already booked by some other user or the same user, it can't be booked again, because obviously the seat is can be booked by one person, right? Like logically this makes sense, but remember, this is also I am telling you, and in this requirement this exists. Or if it doesn't exist, when you're writing code, it's your responsibility that you ask this question to the other person. Hey, just I have one question. What if the seat is already booked and the other person is trying to book? What should I do in this case? Should I return an error, or should I let it happen, or what is the actual process? And then the other person will tell you what's the actual response that you should return. Okay, it's not something that you can assume. Okay, you know what, it makes logically sense that if the seat is already booked, I should return the error. No, this is not right. You maybe in the system they want other people to book the seat, something like that, I don't know. So you should not assume these things. These are critical things. You should always clarify these things. Okay, so now this is clear. Let's go to the other thing, which is view the ticket. And let me just put this here. Get tickets. Of course, this X user ID header will come into this header. We will just extract the user ID. We will run the query key. Give me all the all the rows or all the tickets that are of this user. That's it. Now remember, if you go here, we don't care about whether it was active or cancelled, whether the status is active or cancelled. We don't care about it. We just care about the user ID. So we will come into this user model. We will run a query, user ID equal to this user, and give all the tickets. That's it. We don't care about the status, whether it is active or cancelled. And the reason we don't care about it, because it's not in the requirement. Remember, look at this. If I give you this requirement, this is what you will implement. Return the only that user ticket. That's it. Now you might ask this question to the other person, or what if the should I care about this status, whether the active or it was active or cancelled or whatever. And then the person can say, yeah, maybe you should add it, or maybe you should not add it. But again, it's the thing that you ask, you don't assume. But if other person says, okay, no, 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 don't worry about this thing, just only do what is written in the document. So what you will do, you will write like a code which will extract the user ID from the header. You will run a query which says, okay, user ID is equal to this user ID, and then return me give me the all the rows that uh, belong to this user, and you will return all of them to the front end. That's it. That's your job. Okay, so I hope this is also clear. Now the last thing remains, which is cancel a ticket. Again, you don't know what cancel a ticket means, right? You like, what do you want me to do? Should I change the status? Should I do what? Like, what do you exactly want me to do? And this is where clarity is what we are trying to have, so that before we write code, we just want to make sure that we understand the requirement clearly, because writing a code will be little bit literally will be easier. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. So, and next thing is delete id, which is, let me just put it here, delete ticket id, which says which will the endpoint is slash ticket slash colon id, and the method will be delete mark ticket cancelled. If you go here, you mark ticket cancelled, meaning change the status of that active to the cancelled. That's it. And makes it available again, which is like if it is status of that particular seat is available. And now we need to do two things: make seat available again, meaning whatever the id is, we will get this id from this seat id, and then we will go to this table, sorry, model, and we will check it was booked before, but now make it to available. We are doing two things here, right? I hope you can see it, what we are doing it. Mark ticket cancelled. First we will go to this, from this id, that whatever this id is, we will get this id, and we will just go to this ticket, we will find the ticket, we will mark it to the cancel. But we will do one thing also: seat id. We will go to this seat id, we will find this particular seat that this ticket was created for. We will find this seat model, we will mark, remember, if the ticket was created for this table, sorry, model, uh, not model, for this seat, then definitely it was marked booked. Now all we have to do is mark this status is equal to available. Now once the status is available, meaning this seat is available for booking, right? And that is our four like main thing that we were trying to do. And in the requirement, all this is, these are called core requirement. Okay. And now hopefully everything is clear. Now you know exactly what are the endpoints that you need to write, what each endpoint will do, and how it should do it. You have all the requirements with you, right? And how and in which field which thing will come in the, so user id will come into this header, request header, so we will get, you need to extract that from there. And in the body, what are the field that will come, what does model looks like, and everything. Now you have this mental model, and everything is, every action is cleared, right? Everything is clear now. Now we have this requirement, and now all you have to do is just write code. Now we have this, I think 48 minutes. We have taken 48 minutes, although it could have been done in 10 to 15 minutes. But again, I took this much time because I wanted you guys to understand this thing from the very, like, basic. And of course, as I will do future lives, I will become more comfortable to share and how should I approach all the problems. But at this point, we have all the requirement that we need, and I'm definitely sure Jitendra can, definitely make it work if he wants to, because now he understand everything. And Arpit, I think, hopefully you also learned some things. But anyway, now the part comes writing the actual code of that, and I think this is where it gets interesting. For the simplicity purposes, I will use one stack, and especially not one, because we are not going to be writing the front end code. We are just going to be writing a back end code. So the goal is, I will use Express. And which database should I use? Should I use MongoDB? Because I have some experience working with MongoDB. But let's see. So let's just fix MongoDB is the database. Sorry about it. And again, now maybe I don't know exactly some, like for example, exact syntax of it. We will Google it. That part we will Google it. But let's start. But now, hopefully, this everything, the requirement is clear, right? What we need to build. Okay. So let me just share with you guys this my folder and code editor, and we will code one by one every feature from the scratch, like how you should make the folder and everything. Okay. So let me just for a minute, let me just stop sharing with you this website. Let me just share entire. my screen with you guys. Okay, so let me make this folder which is ticket booking system. Let me go inside that and open with code. How do I share everything with you guys? Window, entire screen. Okay. Can you tell me, are you able to see my screen? I, I'm just disabling all of these things. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. I'm assuming you guys can see my screen. And okay, so let's start from this. The first thing I usually like to do is setting up the folder structure, and which is very simple, nothing fancy. I don't do. Uh, so what I do first is I do this npm init, which is basically create this package.json for me. So npm init y meaning I will just say yes, and it will create a package.json for me inside this ticket booking system folder, and so that I can download, not download, install these packages. I will install Express, and if I require more, I will keep including them one by one. Okay, so I think it's working behind the scene. Hopefully, you can see my screen, by the way. Just do let me know if you are able to see my screen. Let me just. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen? Mhm. Okay, so here is the package.json, which is basically nothing but this. So that now I can write here is start, which is nothing node, and I will just write app.js. So it will just start that. Again, I will just say app. Before I do that, let me just install this npm I express, and which DB I'm using. Let me just first install this npm I express and set up a basic server so that I know, okay, everything is working fine. Then we will go one by one to this database which we are going to use. What kind of database we are going to be using. We will go next. So it is installing this express. It created this node module folder, and let me just go and create this get ignore file also, which is basically node modules. So what this get ignore, I hope you guys know it, but it will just basically, it will not keep track of this node modules. And whenever I will push this to the GitHub or anywhere, it will not keep this node module because it's heavy. And whenever I do npmi, it will always regenerate this node modules so that I don't have to take this node modules also. Anyway, so this is what it. I think it installed the Express on my system on my this for this particular project. Let me just go ahead and just app.js. I will just do import express from express. Let's see how much I can remember. Cons app is equal to express app dot use. I will just first go with express.json, which is basically whatever the JSON response, JSON body we will send, it will parse it nicely, and then app.use but for the course we don't have to worry about it. In this example, app dot use, and we will say health. I always write this so that I can check whether my server is running or not. So it will just request and response. This takes a callback function, and I will return from here that rest.json, which is health is okay. App dot, and now I will just start listen which takes port. I will just say I will start this for 5000, and here I can just write this message which says ki server application is running on the 5000 port. And let me just do this, put it inside the string so that it doesn't give me error. And all I have to do is npm start, and if everything is right, it will run. Application is running on 5000. So basically it means if I go to the browser, if I say localhost 5000, I would get this. But here's the interesting thing: I have implemented this health endpoint, meaning whenever health endpoint will be run, I have written this health is okay, and we got this health is okay. I hope it is visible to you. So it means our application is running fine. Okay. And this is the basic setup, by the way, of express starter boilerplate. This is what people like to call. Now let's think about some endpoints, basically. So which I am thinking of. If you guys can give me just are you able to see my screen? Yes. Okay, Jitendra, thanks, brother. So just give me 2 3 minutes. I will be back. Okay. Till then, you can explore yourself with this thing. What you will do. By the way, I did not go to VOS code. Okay. So don't tell me here, yeah, he just cheated. Anyway, and I think with that, let me share my screen again. Okay, so this is what it is running, and as I said, Okay, now the basic setup is ready, right? So now we will go to this one by one. Remember what are the application that we discussed we will build? These are the endpoints that we need to implement. So it's up to you. How do you like guys like to organize these things? But what I usually do is I just create the folders. So for example, I create folders for routes, and then I create one for controllers, and this is how I do it for all the applications, so that it becomes manageable for me ki where should I write what. And then services, that's it. I don't do too much, just routing, controller, services. Now hopefully if you know by now what each of these does. Basically, in the route, what I usually do is I take the request and I don't do anything, I just pass it to the controller. And in controller, what I do, I extract the body and headers or anything, like information that I need, and then I pass this to service. That's it. And in the service, I write the actual database logic, where this create, update, delete, whatever that we are doing, I write into the services, so it becomes a little bit manageable. Hopefully this is clear. So for that, let's start from the route. So I will just say key ticket dot route dot js. That's it. And one more for seat dot route dot js. That's it. And then go to the controller. Again, the same thing is ticket dot controller dot js, and the same for seat dot controller dot js, and then the service. I can make two different out for two different services for that, but I know I won't. So because the reason is very simple, because I know I just need all the database thing into this one file. So that's why I'm just writing ticket.js, because here actually all these functions live. That's it. Nothing fancy going on here. So let's start from this ticket route, and again I will just do this import express from express, and I will say cons router is equal to express dot router. I'm like, to be honest, surprised ki I do remember these things. I always forget, but I don't know, for some reason it's just clear. And I will here write post. So what are the endpoints that we need to create? And so first is seats, to get seats. I think I misspelled here, but you know what? You know it, what I mean. So instead of this, let me just first take this, but it doesn't matter. For the ticket, what I need to do, tickets is the thing. Tickets, let me just copy it, and it takes this, parameter, which is basically this tickets, and then it calls the function. So whenever something like slash localhost 5000 slash whatever, I will like append API slash tickets count, this function will it run, which is nothing but uh, controller. So we will write a controller here, but for example right now you can say ticket, I can say create ticket, and this is just a function name, and I will explain everything. So don't worry about it. And I think one more was for the get method. Okay, same thing I will copy, and but I will change it to get, which is means I need to whenever something we're trying to get. And here also I will, instead of create, I will call this method which is get ticket. This is responsible for getting the tickets. I don't know exactly how I will be implement them, but this is just a separation concern, and I will just say uh, x export router. How do I export this thing? I think default export router, or export default router. I think this is how we will do. Yes. Sorry. So now I will just copy this exact same thing. I will just put it inside this. Uh, I think there was one more, which is tickets and delete. Okay. So let me just write this also before I do that. Here I will just use this delete method, and it says colon slash id. What was that? Colon slash id, and it will say delete delete ticket. It will call delete ticket method. That's it. And one is remaining, so I will copy the same thing, and I will go to the seat routes, and instead of I will remove all of these things. And what was the endpoint? Get seats. So I will just remove all of them, and I will keep only this, which is seats, and get seats. I will call this method which seats. That's it. That's the entire setup of this routing. Meaning, uh, any request that comes to seats, it will go to the gate seats. And before we go further, let me just come here and let me just utilize them. So first, what I will do, I will just import them. Import. I will say ticket route from routes tickets, and I will do the same thing for seat route for the seat route. That's it. Now I will just use them. I will just say I will use app.use slash API. Any request that comes onto API just goes through this. So instead of doing that, uh, ticket routes, and we know that it will handle, and this seat route. That's it. Or maybe what we can do is we can just say slash also here ticket, but again I think this is much better. I can just do this. So wherever something request comes, slash 5000 slash API and slash tickets, it will go to this ticket and it will check whichever method is, and then it will go to this method. I hope you can see this one by one. It will all work, and hopefully if there are, let me just check if there are any questions or anything. No questions. Good job. Okay, so if we have done that, and now let's go to the controller. I mean, these are just function names, but we need to implement them, right? So we just go here, ticket controller, and again, these are nothing but just a function. So I will just name them export, export, and I will say create ticket. Was it smaller or like smaller? So okay, we need to create these exact create export const. I will just use the arrow function, and they are nothing but this. They will take request and response. Now here I will just write this logic of getting the tickets like information, right? So as I said, we need, and as you can see here also we had this post care ticket. We will just get this seat ID and this X user ID also into the header. Okay, so we need to extract that. So for the creating ticket, I will just do this const, and hopefully I'm right. User ID request dot body, and const, not user ID, sorry, ticket ID. Ticket ID or seat ID. Sorry, seat ID. Seat ID, and then I will do this. I don't know how do you get this ID, but user ID is equal to request dot header or something. I will look it on the Google exactly how do you do that. But This is where you extracted that information that you needed, and now you need to call the exact service where the actual logic will be written. So for example, what we are doing, we are getting the body and we get the seat ID, and inside the what should happen, return a ticket, meaning how do you get the ticket, user ID, seat ID, and the status should be active or whatever, and we will just return whatever. Now here I will write the code for the service. So what we can do is create create ticket service function, I can call this, and here I can pass this uh, seat ID and user ID. Okay, and yeah, that's the entire thing. I will just copy this same like for example the way we are making function here, and I will write this for all of these things. Ticket. So instead of just create ticket, I will just say get ticket, which will again, what does get ticket mean? Get ticket is X user ID, return the user's ticket. So I only need this user ID here, and I can just call this. Again, I will need to make this service also. It doesn't exist yet. Get ticket service. So which will just take this user ID, and it will give me all the tickets that belongs to this user. And then I will do the same thing for the, what was the method? Delete ticket. So I can say delete ticket based on what? Again, obviously, I will get this ID. So is not user ID this time. I will get this. I mean, it depends on me, but it will, the user ID will come into the params, right? So of course, I need to get the ID also. Ticket ID, I can say, but let's just go with the ID. And this is the ID that I will pass into this, and I will say delete ticket service, which will take the ID and it will make what it will do. Let me just go ahead and say this thing, mark ticket cancelled. So it will find this ticket, it will make the status to the cancelled, and then make seat available again, and it will pick the seat ID from this model, and then it will go to the seat model and it will make this available again, meaning it was booked before but now it status is available. Okay, that's it. And this is the job of this delete ticket service. I think this is what is done. Let's import them into the route one by one. I hope I can do this. Create ticket, get ticket, delete ticket. Yes, now it should work. And same thing I will do for the seat controller. I will make the same functions. Now I think this would be better. I'll just go here. Get ticket. I will say get seat. Get seats. That's it. And what it will, this is the method that we are doing it. Basically, it will say get seats for particular user. Let me just fix it. Get seats for particular user. No, not for particular user. I think return all the seats where status is available. So I don't need this user ID or anything. I just say ki return the seats where status is available. So get ticket service, rather than I will just say get seat service. I can again, but let me just make it here. Get seat service. And what I will do for that, I will just go ahead and I will just create new seat dot service dot js, and now we will write actual code of doing the things with database. And we have not decided the database yet, but we have written this logics where the data will come and whatever that will come. So let me just make the methods first, and then we will go to the db. Okay, but this is not how you do it, but this is how I do it. And for this like explanation, I just wanted to make it understanding one by one how do you do it. There are so many ways to do that. Some people just first make the connection and everything. But I think I knew what I was doing, so that's why I choose this way of doing it. But hopefully it is clear ki how am I going, and I did not even look any thing yet on the Google. Obviously I need to look how to pass the ID from the params and whatever that is. And so whenever we will face the error, we will look to the Google. But you are able to understand that this is how real development happens. You don't know everything, but your mental model is clear. So let me just come here and stop sharing it for just some time. Okay, so this is how the real development happens also. Like you don't know everything at the first, but you clear one by one thing. First we cleared the requirement, then we cleared this, what each endpoint will do and how it will do, what exactly it should return, what it will in the request, what this endpoint will take, so that you can become everything should be clear to you what you are doing. Now all my job is to I don't have to think, "Okay, what should this function do?" I know exactly what this function do. That is only when I can say, "Okay, I have done my job." Okay, so I hope this is clear, and this is how there are so many ways to develop anything now, because now the requirement is clear. And Lakshay Kumar, hello brother. You joined late, but welcome. So I was saying ki this is how the real development happens, and now there are so many ways to do that. Like you have, like, you can choose anything you want. So for example, right now, right, this is how I did. I'm writing this code, but again, it's up to you that how do you write the code and how do you feel comfortable writing the code. But at the end of the day, when you say ki, I have done my work, then all these functional requirement. This is what functional requirement means. It should match the criteria that was given to you, right? So we have discussed that what should each endpoint should return, so that if it is doing the same exact job that we were discussed and we agreed on that, and also it was written in the document, then yes, you have developed a successfully application. If it is not meeting the criteria, then you have not developed it. Okay, so these are the some ways to do that. So let me just go ahead and share my screen again with you, and then we will explain. And okay, again, you just don't just take it as a face value, rather just understand what I'm trying to do, instead of just focusing on this code. And of course we are taking some time, but as I said, uh, this is why I wanted to make it a live session where you understand ki even though I have 3 years of experience, it's not like I can magically code everything. I still need to think about what. And I'm a little bit surprised, by the way, because I did not expect it myself. Ki I would be remember this much code and writing this kind of thing. I thought ki I would just forget it, but I don't know. I just didn't forget. But anyway, I still need to Google. I will Google, but yeah, it was little good experience for me ki how to explain and how to write code. So it is helping me, and hopefully you also learned one or two things. But whatever, we will discuss at the end of the day. First, I think we are halfway through building our application, and I think there are two people who stuck with me like for like entire 1 hour 18 minutes, and so I think hopefully it will be valuable for you guys. And you just watching me doing this code, and of course there will be errors and we will solve the errors. So I think the real engineering part will come. Just so stick with me, and hopefully again, take your time, try to note instead of just focusing on that exact thing I'm doing. Just learn why I'm doing this thing. And I hope that I'm explaining myself very good, where I'm just giving you the reason behind what I'm doing, right? And that was the entire goal, because you know how to write code, yeah, like everybody knows how to write code. But when you understand, when you take a moment and you're like, what, how should I like feel comfortable writing the code? And instead of, we are not thinking about entire system of ticket booking. We are just give a, we just started with this idea of ticket booking system, then we came to the requirement. Okay, we shrink it, and then we come to the exact endpoint level, where each endpoint, like these are the endpoint that you should develop, and each endpoint should do this exact same job, so we can test it. So this is exactly what I'm doing now, and nothing fancy. Request comes to this endpoint, I am getting that value, I will call the services, and this is what we are trying to do. All right, so let me just fastly, I think I'm speaking like too much, that's why just I'm taking time. But let me just drink water, and of course you also drink water, tea, whatever you guys like. But it's awesome, like literally I'm loving this thing of, I think my weekend is going very good. This entire live session helped me to uh, work on my like like, like for what you call the gaps, you can say. Okay, I know where do I need to improve, because I think I'm taking a little bit more time, and I, in explanation wise, of course I can do much more better job. But again, these are just the starting phase of my doing these live sessions. So obviously every week I will learn something. I will help you guys better way to explain my thought process. And I think that's the entire goal. That's the end goal. Ki if you are able to explain your thought process, that's the like best thing. Anyway, so let's go to the screen and let's start writing the code. I'm BTech second year student. Can you give me the roadmap of the both front end and back end? Of course. Definitely, Lakshay. But actually, right now, I am trying to build this ticket booking API system without using this LLM and ChatGPT and all of these things. So once I'm done with that, let me just finish it, and definitely then we can talk about your, like, whatever the roadmap you want and whatever the guidance that I can give you. Definitely, I can help you with that. So stick around that. I don't know, maybe you can join later. But if you are interested in building this thing, or if you want to watch me, then definitely you can stick with me, and then we will talk. Till then, you can prepare your questions and what you want me to ask. I will be live here, so don't worry about it. Anyway, so let's go to the screen and let's start writing the code. Okay, so hopefully you are able to see me. Anyway, so we were here on the services. Again, services are nothing but a function. So let me just copy these things. These are the things that I need to write. Get uh, export const. And the reason we are doing this is because ticket. Instead of doing that, let me just make it also ticket. This is it, and this is where we will write the database logic. Store the ticket, create the ticket in DB, and same I will do with for the get and delete. Get ticket service, which will, how are we getting it again? Let me just go here. Get ticket user ID, only that user's ticket. So we will have this ID. What are the ID exactly? User's ID, I guess. User ID, yes, user ID. So I can just say this user ID, or I can just say key. Yeah, user ID would you find? Yeah, user ID. And I'm just commenting down for the understanding. Get the ticket from DB for this particular user ID. That's it. That's what this function should do. And then this delete ticket service, which takes what? ID, ticket ID, ticket ID, ticket ID. So, and mark the ticket cancelled and make the seat available for this ticket ID. I mean, that's what this function would do. And then go to this like service, which I will come here, get seats. First, I will, let me just export here. Get seats. Now it should connect. It is connected here, and then I will go here and I will just say get seats service. Get seats. It comes to this controller get seats service. And let me come here and get seat service, which doesn't take anything. Return all the tickets. Return or get all the tickets. So it's not written. Get all the seats that are available. That's it. So now we have set up the entire structure, and let's go and implement the database now. Now all we have to do is let me I think what I should do is let me first walk you through exactly what I did so far, so that it becomes mental clarity to you ki what's happening. So I first did was created this basic setup of boilerplate of this uh, Node Express application, which is nothing but I have imported the routes, created the Express server, started on this port, and then created this endpoint, and we have tested this endpoint on the browser also, so that we knew ki our application was working fine. And I think this is where it is written. So let me just say. So basically, what happening behind the scene is uh, localized 5000 slash health, and this is what we have written on this health endpoint, which is health is okay. And if I change anything here, I need to start again the server, but health is equal to okay. This is what we are returning whenever somebody calls onto this endpoint. So we know that our server is working fine. Okay. Now, any request that this comes to the API slash API ticket routes, it goes to the ticket routes, and in the ticket routes we have implemented three routes, and these three routes are not random. We have these are the exact three routes that we wanted to implement it: post, get, delete, post tickets, get tickets, and delete tickets. And I think we have done a good job here. But I think what we can do is here, instead of this, what we can do is this slash tickets. That would be better, I guess, because now all the tickets route will go to here, and we can remove them from here. And this is what we can say. So basically, what will happen now? Any route that starts with local host 5000 slash API slash tickets will go to here, and whatever the method is. So for example, if it is post, get, delete, it will go to this appropriate uh, like controller. So for example, for this create ticket, it will go here, and this ticket contains this request and response, which automatically this express attaches us for this, and we extract the information. This is what controllers are for. Whenever we just extract the information from them, and we pass this to service. So create service will take this seat ID and user ID, and let me just, I think we need to export them. Create service, create ticket service, and get ticket service, and delete ticket service. So yeah, this is what we are using, and create ticket service will have is some nothing but a method which basically taking a ticket, and it will create the ticket. Get ticket service will get the ticket from the DB for this particular user ID, and delete ticket service meaning it will mark the ticket cancel and make the seat available for whatever the seat it was marked booked. Okay, that's exactly what we will do now. ex- Actual logic, now we have not written the actual logic yet. We have just written the entire request flow, meaning this is how the request will go from the application to the routes to the controller to the service. This is exactly where the actual logic is written here. And the benefit of doing setting up this entire project something like this, that is, now you can commit on some. So for example, right now I can just do the GitHub commit, and I can say, okay, I have set up the entire structure of that, the request and all of these things. I can just dummy test it also. Like for example, returning something, I can just sort of return create a document, something like that, without doing actual database thing. Now the next phase comes is the database connection. We need to utilize the database here, and for that, I need to do the Google search, and let me take you how do you Google that. So first, I have written this uh, repository of these are. This is my handle, by the way. If you want to follow me on GitHub, you can definitely do that. But what I'm interested is I have written this all the database cheat sheet basically, so that I can just look. So this is for the repository I was talking about, and here it depends on us what kind of database we are trying to use. But I think I'm going to go with for this MongoDB, because I have this MongoDB account. MongoDB account. MongoDB account. I think I have that MongoDB account. Yes. No, this is the actual. And anyway, so basically, you can also Let me just share this thing in comment section so that you guys can also look whenever you want. This is my GitHub repository, by the way, and you can have a look at into that. So whenever you are working with any kind of database, mostly the MongoDB, Postgres, SQL, MS SQL, or whatever, SQL, no SQL, you will know what to do, like how to set up it quickly. Okay, and so let's go to the here. So for if you are Node.js Express developer and confused about how to work with database, I think this is, yeah. I've explained everything. What are the actual audience of that? But okay, so what we will do first, it says MongoDB with Mongoose, and I will just copy paste it by the way. And let me sign in here. Let me log in. Don't mind these other voices. This is my database. Let me create new database. I think how do we create new database here? How do you create a new database, guys? How do you create that? How do you create clusters? I have so many databases by the way. Okay, so I think this is KDB. Just configuration name. And the name I can say can change the name of the cluster is created. I think cluster is no. I don't want to use this thing. No, this is not what I want. No. I need to see something else. How do you create new project? I think this is where you create the new project. Yes, name a project. I will name it ticket booking. Ticket booking. Tag back. Maximum 50 tags. You can modify it. Next. Add member set permission. No permission. Hopefully this creates the entire database. Got it. Choose your provider. Free. I want to use the free one. Configuration. And I don't care about this thing. Just go and do it. Okay. I think I should just hide it. But I don't know, you guys just saw or whatever. Let me just set up this database first, guys. Wait a minute. And don't spam this thing. Okay. So okay, you know what? I will just remove it later, so it doesn't matter. So let me share with you. Okay, where was I? I was here, and we will utilize this for the connection of our database. But first, it says if you want to use Mongoose, just do this npm install Mongoose. So, and Mongoose is by the way, is let me just stop the server. Npm install Mongoose is ORM. Basically, it will let us connect the database and run these queries and all of these things very nicely. So I'm just while it install, I will just copy this entire thing and db.js, and I will just create a db.js file here, and I can just do this db, and then into that I can just take db.js, and I will put it here. And again, this is very good practice. You don't put your like URLs or anything here. What you should do is you should always create this env file, and there you should write. Okay, so what I will do, I will just create a .env, and here I will do this thing. Okay, let me just go to here, mongo url. I will go here, I will just put it there, and I will copy the actual url from this. Just give me a minute so that I don't know how to hide these things. So let me. I have to stop sharing with you guys. I don't want to take any risks. Well, I trust you, but fun and password. I'm going to go with this. Create a connection method. Set up secure permission. First, I need to set up the connection network request. Okay, how do you set up? Network. Where is the secure database network secure? Name a customer and association action role with the database. Okay, I think I found the. Just give me a minute, guys. Right. And I don't know. Okay, so let me come here and share my screen with you guys again. I don't know. I just created this, Mongoose database connection. Let me just walk you through here. I come and I created this cluster and ticket booking project and basic, like a database connection string that it gives, and created a user and password so that I can connect it to it. Now let's come again here and then say it says you don't need to do anything else, just import doobie.js and the connection code once. All mongoose model. Okay, I need to do this into app.js. Here what this is what they are saying, I guess. Import db, but I don't think so. Here db exists, db and then db.js. This is what it will say. And for checking, let's just run again so that we know that whether it ran or not. I will just say npm start. It gave me this error which says cannot find module. Which says, do you mean import out of JS? I think what I can do is I can just say here type module. Hopefully now it works. No, it still gave me this error which says, did you mean I need to add this .js also? I mean, what the hell, man. So, for example, let's start from here. .js .js. Let me just copy this, and I think I need to do it for everything also, like here, and just do the here also. Routes controller in controller. Let's just get this get seats. We need to do this here also, and for all this controller I need, yes, and let me run again. npm start. Ticket booking started. I need to see that key that whether the database connection successfully was or not. And if it was successful, it should print this line MongoDB connected. But I have not seen that, meaning, or either it's taking some time. MongoDB connection error, meaning the URI parameter open URI must be string code undefined. What do you mean by that? Huh. Okay, no problem. Maybe it's because it's running. Hopefully now it should work fine. And no. Actually, sometimes this process.env Mongo URI, because it should exist, because as I said, I have written that. But sometimes what it does is it doesn't load before this file runs. So what we can do is I can just put this entire thing commas, and I can say export connect db function, connect db function, and I can do this. And what I can do, let me just take this connect db, and let me come here and export this. slash db.js. Why it's giving me error expected. Mhm. Or maybe I don't need to do any of this thing. I can just do connect db like this. I can just call it. I don't need to do any of this thing. I can just let me run now. What happens? And payment start. And again the error came which says the URI parameter must be in get undefined. अरे यार sometime ना. Or should I just first .env? I think I need to install this one. I install for env working in Express. To install in Express.js. I know this, bro. I think this is what I was missing, but let's see. Maybe I was missing that, so let me just first install this npm install.env. Did I mention that here? Because I have the expression notes the syntax or how to do the goal is to guide you concept. See not the send or pasted. You must import modern user anyway. Okay, and then what? I don't want to use this thing. No. Require no thanks. Let me just come here and I will just say it. Top of the file import .env. I can just do what? I don't know. Let's see if it works now. I still got the error which says code undefined. Yar. Let me Google it. And these are the kind of errors that comes whenever you're trying to work on something. Literally. Import.env in ES6. Import it. This works because of using module import module before doing anything else in this. It's all the imports first. It does a depth first reversal of those imports. Support is multiple. How it did not work. I don't understand. I ended up work with simple variables. Let me just copy this and maybe it works. And npm start. Okay, this is something new. Meaning this time I'm getting the URI, but it says MongoDB connection error. MongoDB option use new URL parser. Use new URL parser. I don't know. Let me just do this. Let me just remove everything and what? MongoDB connection error. Queries have either not found digger.top tcp.ticket code error not found. Queries are MongoDB ticket hostname ticket. That is something different. Let me just copy it. But I think it has to do with my actual uh, the database. Let's see what does it mean by that. Connect campus. No, no, no. Drivers. I will choose Mongoose. Done. I don't know what should I do. I have done all of these things. I've done the exact thing. Why it's not connecting? It should connect, right? Let's just Google it. And I will just remove this. MongoDB connection. Hopefully now I find something great. Error queries error not found MongoDB. What was the error exactly? DNS. Creating a database tool like MongoDB Compass. Try to connect to MongoDB at less cluster using MongoDB server connection system. It means your system cannot find the site record that tells where your database is. Can't connect to MongoDB. Let's go and do it, guys. And by the way, this is how you used to do it back in the days. So that's exactly what I'm doing. You yeah, get this. Sometimes you just randomly get it when you're trying to working on on this problem. You get this error, and these are the very simple error. But let's try to debug it. Hi all. First of all, if this is not the right category, yeah, whatever. My file database name. Hi, which version are you using? Company model at least Mongoose. This is delivered for you. They trying to use Google DNS. This was the latest version that I could find about the solution detail in the link. I tried supplementing the string registry using the MongoDB protocol and list of the data for each set separated by comma. But still can't get a connection. It does seem to be to the best list. Make sure to review try the compass connection string from MongoDB UI like this. And choose your version of compass. Compass to success. Of course, make sure to change the values of the username and password. Okay, let me now do this thing. Okay, first what stitch connect. What is this? No, that's not what I want. Go back. Campus. I have campus installed. Copy the URL. Let me go back and let me just go to this with mongoose because how do you want me to zero ping your database. Let me just try this something else, which is and let's do this first. Let me put this entire thing into this string. I don't know if this will work or not, but I don't know. Let's try this. Pound. I think it has to do with my passwords, guys. So let me change my passwords. Where is the database network? Yes, database network. It has to do with my password. And let me just do this thing. Hopefully now it works. And by it works. Oh my god. And so sorry about it, guys. And the reason was very simple. Let me show you the reason actually why it was not working. Actually, I create my password with this at the rate thing, and that is not allowed. Actually, in the string, if I can show you guys. Where is my project? This is ticket booking, and let's just try to do this connect thing, and let me show you the problem. You see the problem, this at the rate thing, and I had this at the rate in my password, and because of that it was confusing, so that's why it was not able to detect it, and it was not a successful. But now, as you can see, I did this some change into the string, and this mongodb connected, meaning this is connected. Now we have the successful connection running on. Now we need to work on the models. Remember the models, and where are those models? I think this is where the models are, this seat model and ticket model. I think now it's fairly easy. Now we can just work on it. Sorry about that. By the way, it took me some time to get it work, but I knew the problem is something related to this string and something like that. But it is solved now. So let's work on this model. And how do you do that? Well, I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to just let me just close all of this thing. We solved this error. And for the one error, I've opened like so many tabs. So this is how we do it. You just create the model. So let me just create a model. So models folder and models. And here I will just create seat model, seat.js and ticket.js. All I have to do is just do this. Mongoose user schema. I can just name it. Basically this is nothing just but a way of defining your like a schema of like what exactly the document should look like, and we are using this mongodb, so I will reference them as a like document. Okay, and you can just whatever the name of this user, this sheet schema, and whatever the, so I will just say sheet, this is it, and I will here also write sheet. That's it, that's the sheet model, and these are the field, like what each field looks like. So let's just change them according to them. ID, sheet number. Okay, so let's come ID. I think ID is auto generated, I guess. So, but so let's keep it that way. And the sheet number, type is number required true, and I don't know. It doesn't have to be required. Well, it is required, but you. And what was the next thing? So it can, we can just say it like this simply. This also will work fine. Sheet number, and what was the other field? Status is available and booked. Now I need to see that. Like, how do you do this? Have I ever done in my nothing? No, I have not done that. So enums, what do you call that? Let me just copy paste it. Where am I? Either available, status is available or booked. So I just need to the status here, and then just add. I don't need add. I don't need this. Is it right way of doing it? Uh, like default values in Mongoose schema, and also enums. How to do that? How to do that? Status table. Whatever. Let's just see what comes. How to configure different value in more subtotal. I get a document called. Is this how we do it? I don't know. Let's see. Something else. Let's do something else. How to create a user? Use enum in Mongoose. What is the expected behavior? Beautiful. Using Mongoose database. I should define schema. Okay, let's just go into this. I think we should, always come to this default is like MongoDB documentation by default. That's the best way to, open path. What the? They always give this random things, like I would never face these kind of issues anyway. And then how to set a value to project field output. Default value in MongoDB using. Okay, let's see that. What this gigs for gigs gives us. Hopefully it is like simplify version on name mark. Where's the default value? Oh, great. That's not what I was asking. I need only to how to set default, how to set, okay, how to set enums in Mongo schema express. I this should give us something better. Use enums in Mongo's closed. Okay. I think geeks for geeks can be a little bit helpful sometime, but understanding, in music, has a suggesting object, in Mongoose are particularly useful for fields that should only accept a limited number of predefined values. Yes, yes, that's what I wanted to. they enhance the readability and maintainability of the code, obviously, because it's just there are user role status. Definitely, thank you so much. Defining a loud value for the role. Yes, I think this is what uh, we need to do. And we need to do. All right. Default also we can set. I think that's very good. And let me just copy this exact thing and put it into this status here, basically, and then changing this available and booked. They are the only two choices, and this enforced. So if sometimes someone is trying to put some random value, that will not work. And I can just do this. Available is default value, and why the hell it is giving me error? Okay. Why because status, okay, type string enum available booked default value. Should I do this? Why the error? uh Why am I getting this error? I have the comma here, seat number. So I think I got something like this. Is it? No, but I think this is where it should come. This contain this entire thing. What's going on here? Role. You know what? Let me just copy this thing. And let me just rerun this thing. When everything was normal. This is it. Okay, so what did I miss? I just did this. So I'll just remove it. Yeah. Okay. This is it. This is it. And this is it. I think everything is fine now. So this is a seat number, status, and timestamp is mongoose. And same thing I would do for the. Let me just copy this exact model, and this is seat model, right? So let me just copy it into seat model. Sorry, and now I will do the same thing for the ticket. So I will just change first seat to ticket, ticket. I will just do this ticket. Okay, what are the fields that are required into the tickets? ID, user ID, street ID, status is pending. Oh, sorry, active call shield created at, which I think you already created it. But let me just do the user ID and street ID. Hmm. Take user ID, object like mongoose dot reference or something. User ID is like mongo dot object. I will see it. Okay, user ID. And what else was there? User ID, seat ID, of course. Seat seat ID is also, you can say this as a string. String seat ID is use dot schema dot object id or something. Schema dot object id or something, so that it makes sense कि भाई it represents the valid id into the model string. Okay, what else? Here is status is going to be active, cancel. I think that's the status. Yes, and created it. And created it. Date, time, something. I don't know if it's right or not, but that's the entire idea of it. And now we have both ticket and sheet model also, which is ready, which are ready to be stored. And now we need to perform the actual operations on them, using them, these models to store, get, delete, whatever. So let me first check how to this was done. Let me just remove this, and I just need to do it. How to set user ID in Mongoose, in Express Mongoose of user table doc. Sorry. And the reason I'm asking is because I just want to make sure how can you custom, because this is has to do with relations of it in this table. I can just do ID also, it will work, but I just want to do it properly. That's why I understand the ID point, guys. I'm not asking that. What I'm asking is this key schema designing, guys. I'm asking user schema. Let's see. Either way to pass user ID to schema. Yes. And schema type object ID. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Sorry about it. And I don't know if it should work or not. But basically now whatever I will send, it will just check into this seat model nicely, you know, and that's what I was doing it. And I think mostly though everything is on. What about created data? Let's just check here also. Date type. Oh, created it, man. Created it in Mongoose schema. Downside of using too much API, too much LLMs, guys. You need to do this basic searching. Literally, this is like a basic searching. Which is usually the case, then all you need to do is, so I can do this also. Okay, so it automatically create timestamps created and created it. Okay, okay. And I don't need to store this also. It will, if timestamp is true, then it will all automatically created it and updated it. So yeah, guys, I think we are closer than you think. Now I need to use them into our services here. So first, let's implement the get service. Not no 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 get sheets. So, but first, what I will do is actually I will create one more to store, or I can just go here and I can create here. First, let me just run these models, and let me just run this code. I've closed it, and I'm restarting the this server, so that it creates all these models on the like MongoDB. अरे चल जा यार. Let me start again on new git base, which says npm start. Or I don't know if it when you use first time this thing, then it create or what. But let's just go and check whether something was created or not. Tables were created or not. I think nothing was created. Browse collections. Basic collections are the documents of this. Collections basically mean a table or document, type document. Nothing is here, guys. I think the first time that I will use that, then it will create. So let's use them. Let's try to see this get. So all I have to do is now I can just use this seed model, and see- it will import. It will get imported here to JS, and I just need to do this return seed dot find many. I think that is the and where status is equal to what was the state available. Sorry, available. Let me just go ahead and copy this available. Available, and how to find. Let me just go ahead and do this query also. uh, Find many dogs in mongoose uh, where status is active. Find. Okay, I need to do this way. Mongoose with callback, which is called mongoose consent. Find, not ID. Status is active. I think this should work. Let's see. Okay, so again I need to start it. The reason I'm restarting it again and again is because I made some changes into the code, and the code is running already. So whenever you make some changes into the code, you need to restart the server. This is like usual process, and it is all like sometimes it's done by the node mon, basically where it automatically restart it whenever you make any changes. But I have to just do it manually. Okay, so basically get seeds. It should return, and let's see if it gives some kind of error. What we will see. So whenever we call this, where is that? This. Let me just take this from here also, and where am I route app.js, and I will put here. So whenever seed route comes, whenever basically this localhost 5000 slash API slash seeds slash, and I think get is that one. Yes, get seed method will be called, and then this get control, it will go to the controller, and controller is doing nothing but it's just getting and calling this get service. And here we are just writing that give us all the documents or whatever that you have where status is available, and let's try it into the browser because it's a get, so we can do that with the get localhost 5000 slash API slash seats or what was that. Let's see, was it seats, and hit enter. Either it will give us error, or actually it will give, because the server is not running. So obviously, how can the request go there? So let's start the server. Mongo connect. What was that error? What was the error? Find main is not a function. Okay, no problem. I think find one is the function, or is it also not? Let's restart again. Okay, and it did not give us error. And let's do this. Let's run it again, basically. By the way, we need to work on this error handling also, because we don't want to show this error to the user if they type anything on the server. They should see something is wrong, but not this exit seed dot find many, because as you can see, it also printed this seed. So then now the hacker can try to do this thing, some random thing, and they will get. It shouldn't expose the actual documents or models, right? It is taking so much time. So let's. What we should do is we should just use Thunder Client. I hope you guys know what Thunder Client is. It's basically a testing tool that you can get into this browser itself. So not browser, this VS Code itself. So it's become a little bit easier for you. Anyway, get method API seeds, and here let's see the response. What the response come? I think one more problem that I see is this key async await async and const result is equal to await. I need to use this await and return result. Let me just shut it down and let's restart again. I think this might cause a problem because system is getting slower. npm start. MongoDB connected, good job. And let's come in here and let's run this Thunder client again, and let's see what it returns us. It comes here. Then I'm doing this. Do I need to write this async await here also? Arey yaar. Then I just can do this now. I don't need to do this. And first let me check health is okay or not. Health is okay, meaning everything is working, should work fine. So we know, okay, a request is reaching to the server API slash SEAT seats. But this one is taking time. Hmm. Let's try to debug it. And this is the problem when you try to hand code everything one by one, because it's been so much time that I coded by myself. That's why I'm facing these error. But at least now I have at least know okay, where I need to focus on. And like these errors won't come next time because I now I have experience with these things. What kind of error comes when you try to connect and you try to make API and all of these things. But at least that's good thing. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Let's try to let's see one by one. So the request comes on this. Then it goes to this API seeds, and here get seeds method get called, and then we are waiting for that. So how about this? Whether the request is coming here or not, let's try to log and log something like I don't know. Yes, get seeds controller, get seeds controller. Remove this thing. Get seeds controller, and then go to this service and write get seeds service. So at least we know ki where is this taking so much time. I know this kind of thing exists, but how does that work? Model dot find status active in Mongo's. Okay, maybe that's something. I think it should work. Let's see. Yeah, it should work. Exit name into status or available create name. Nothing is okay. Let's start again, and this time we will see the printing if the request is even coming or not. That would be the check. What was the check that we were doing? Let's go to this Thunder client and let's check. Get sets controller code, get set service okay. So actual database is taking time. It could be because that there are no tables, maybe not documents, so not table but not documents. So that is why it might be taking some time. Because you can see get seats, controller get cold, get seats, service get cold, meaning ours till here we came, and this is where we are waiting, right? What about if I do this? So there is no table. So I think that might be the reason. But again, it should just fail. Why it's taking this much time? Like, do I need to create some? Okay, so what I'm thinking is, uh, but it should create. I think the experience that I have with this kind of thing is let's see what happens whether there is some kind of seeds or not. But I think it should correct. Like create. It created the seed. Although there is no connection, but it created the seed. But why the hell it was taking that much time? I mean, we have the seed. Okay, you know what? Now let's try to. I need to see first. So what I will do, add data. I will just insert document. something like this, where I will just say, first I will say seat. We will try to insert this seat number, seat number, seat number, and it would be 1. And what was the second field, which is status, and the status would be available. I think we need to put this data, and I will just copy this thing so that I can create next sheet, insert, and again, okay, add one more data. Again, I will just do this. I will just set sheet 2, insert, and I will just do one more time so that at least we have some data. Although we should have created one more endpoint for to create this data, but I'm just doing it in number status available and sheet number 3. So now, sorry about that. So this is available and passing status is available, and let's try to run this time that whether we get something or not. We should get 3 uh, uh, like values. Let's wait this time. but but I think the response is going there, so it doesn't matter, and we have the data here. ID. Let's explain this. Not no. Failure value status uh, available. Fine. And sheet number is called 1. It should give me only 1. Yeah, it is working fine, yaar. The hell is going on? What the- What could be the reason? I know the model exists. Let's not waste our time. Let's try to see. I am not told find where field equal to active. Let It's taking so much time because it's a very basic thing, by the way. Let me just do this maybe. And it takes another function which takes some error or what? Error and books. Errors and sheets. If error, what I will do, log the error. Console.log error in sheet model as EAT model and errors. Return sheets. No, make sure call back. Array. Meaning it's not right way to do it. No problem. No problem, eh? Again, it's taking so much time, guys. What the hell is going on? Why it is taking so much time? I don't know. I'm thinking I need to get the help of AI, but I don't want to take the help of AI. I just want to, solve it on my own because once it solve all of these endpoints are the same way, we just need to do that. And I've stored the data there. So why it is not coming? And we have verified that this seats exist. Just so all the data exist, cluster test seats exist, right? What does this admin do? Nothing, local, nothing, test. So this is where this creates. Let me see in my other applications, by the way. Let me just go to this here, not here, here. Let me just go there. Wait a minute. I think if I go there, I think I have used these things. Alright. User.find. User.find. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm doing. User.find. First, instead of doing that, let me just do this normal searching key, whether I get all these value or not. Maybe there is something wrong with that, but we will figure it out. No, still stuck here. Find is returning the response and the model exists the dogs exist. Somebody had this in questions. Your model called totally. That could be the reason. Are you sure you are connecting to the same database in your program as your add your database connection code and example of your connection with the cell to your question. If you are not sure, I have added some information you requested. Also, nothing that Mongo will provide. So what is this very much like is to do so what this will you already created collection and existing database and now you're trying to say that the Mongoose model. The problem is that module Mongoose use some defaults which you may not use aware of. So that you're showing from the cell is not the same as what Mongo is doing by default. So you can either rename your collection to match what Mongo expect by default or change what Mongo just to match your existing name. In later case, you directly define the modus name like to do. So the third argument was actually specify is as to the name in my collection. What? What? No, 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 no. This could be genuinely a good problem. Let me just see it. No, no. You are saying to me I just need to add as to that. What? Ticket. It's weird, but let me do that. Maybe it might work. If this thing works, not then definitely it's like shut down thing on my end, of course. Let me start again. And I don't know for some reason I just think this will work. I start and when I will go to this thunder client, this and I get all the results. No, I'm not getting all the results. By the way, who's where am I and how many people are watching? Guys, do you guys have any questions? I'm so sorry about it. Great. And that's good thing you guys are not here because it's been live for 2 hours and 43 minutes. God damn. Wow. That's something. But I will solve this problem no matter what. I didn't even touch my big nothing at all after that move 30 days. It's a print and result. Can't believe this is still true. Oh my class. I had to add S after the name of my collection. API seats. I know this. I think we got a gold, get seats, get services. God damn it, this is so dumb for me, literally now. I used this collection of mistake. I wrote collection and resulted. You want to define if necessary past this query condition, but I found that if a collection was created through some method, there is a chance that your find might not work. Move find not return. Otherwise, you could ever hesitate to delete off that collection and stay by inserting from movie. This will be clean. I would doubt this is always zero. Is it? So you're saying to me कि I should just let me just copy this thing. Test clusters, browse collections, and I have this test which has the seeds, which has this insert document status available seed to status colon. More DB connected. How do I know this thing? I think something I should. Let me first print this thing. I don't know what the hell is this. Console.log, and let's print this con and see what this guy is about. Because something is off. We are connecting to the database, but we're not getting the collection. So let's just see what. It's a big object. What do I do with this thing? What do we have undefined? I don't know. Like there's nothing useful information for me. I also know it's connected or something. And I also create this seed server, but I don't know something. Let me just check my. Uh, Let me just check this URI basically in the .env whether it is, and also let's check mongoose dot find not returning anything. Tickets. I don't know why it's not working. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like whenever you do things like that, it's so frustrating. I mean, it's good experience for me that I'm learning, uh, but still, it's hard for me to mongo dot find not turning anything, but this model exists into the cluster and test inside the test. And you like get stuck on these kind of things, and you just like I don't know what to do. Like you I have done this so many times. These kind of things I have and the Mongo's DB connected messages we are getting, meaning this URI is also fine. But I don't know. Like let's just I have done the debugging of I know the request is coming, I have put the logs there also. Hmm. And it might be true that our ENV is also like Mhm. Let me just check this connection string one more time just to be sure. But I think this is very good learning curve for me. And let's see. Where is that? Where is it? Model? Where is the model? Sheet and collection name. Collection sheet. Same thing. I think I should do this for this so that it become this ticket. And let me just do one more time. Remove this. Go to this TP cluster and browse collections. Inside there is this test. Don't worry, guys. I will just finish this, and I will not rest till that. By the way, copy to clipboard. Let me remove this TST test database. I removed it, and I will create. I will run this again so that it create again. Let me run this again, and it is connected to database. Let me refresh that and connect. Wow, 3 hours continuously working on this. It's connected, and there's this data, sensor document. Insert, insert the document, and let's try to do this. Finally, should work. Oh my god, it's so much harder for me to. And this database connection is not working. Like literally, it's so frustrating. It's so dumb thing to do. But no matter how much time it takes, I will make it work out. I'm not leaving it now. I'm here. This is the database. This is the service. We can pass this also, but whatever that is. Let's run again. Nothing. Same empty response. Correct. Tum. This is how I'm calling, and I am also getting this uh, message which says that the database is connected. So I know this thing that DB is getting connected, but it could be problem that maybe not the right database is getting created or something like that. But again, it should specify something instead of this. Let's see what they do, figuring out. But this is like seriously top level problem that I'm facing, and so easy also. Like it's nothing like logically we have written routing we have done, and 3 hour I've wasted. But hey, anyway, this is how I think people learn, and that was the challenging part that I was talking about. I will not use them and figure this out. Now, what trying to understand is I'm looking at these examples of URI that other people have created or something. Maybe I'm missing something. With there's this table which is also getting created, not table but document is getting created into this database, test database by default that is getting created, and inside that there is this seeds table which is getting created. So I don't know where is the problem. Where is that? So dumb and so embarrassing, honestly. And but I think this is what learning means, I guess, where you learn by your mistakes. And I know it would be very small mistake, like something I missed something very easy. Nothing is a big level, but at least now it will be like clear in my mind. See what is the one thing that I need to be keeping in mind. Although I had this doubt about this URI, so I fixed that, and then this database exists. I will make sure that the database exists. I have taken a look at into that. It's a test database that it automatically creates, and inside that, whenever I run my application, this seed table is getting created. But let's run one more time. Nothing. Oh, but if my response is coming till there, why the hell it's not returning me anything? If there are no document, then it's okay. Like just return anything. Just say seat number 1 and status is available available. Insert in the document. Seat service. Can I put this into try cage? Try. Let's see if I found something interesting there. Error. Get service. Let me just try this from here also. What could be the error? Like, I just don't understand. Like, do you have some idea? Like, is there somebody who said something with me? I don't care. I will solve this problem. Okay, so stick with me. Anyway, local phone individuals. John. Maybe I should take a little bit time. Then I should try this thing. Hello everyone. If you're watching this video, till now I am facing this MongoDB connection error. I mean, the MongoDB is connected and I have made this schema and models everything, but while I'm trying to do this user.find, the model.find method, I'm not getting anything. It's just hanging there, and I'm trying to find the actual error. I have checked the URI where it exists. So for example, this test database, that's MongoDB. This Mongoose create this test. I think MongoDB by default create this test database. So I have linked that also, and I have verified that this test database exists, and inside that this seed table also document collection also exists, and but still I'm not getting the data, and it's just hanging there. So I'm trying to debug that. So if you guys have some kind of ideas about how to what could be the problem, please you can share me. Until that I'm just debugging it. So what I'm doing now is, let me just, I have waited for some time so that race condition doesn't happen. Like how do you even figure this something like that out? It's so hard to do these things. That database is connected, and let me just run now. It is not giving me error here. Like something is wrong because okay. No way, bro. No way. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Maybe it's so dumb error. Okay, 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 okay. No, 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 no. I think I found the error, and this guy won't believe it. And where is the controller? I was so focused on this service that I didn't even uh, thought about it. Controller route seats, and here is the route I'm getting. No, no, no. So I think. Oh, I'm so sorry. I found the error actually. I just debugging it, and the reason. Let me just share it with you guys. You know what? It's so dumb. Like I never thought about it. Is God damn, come on. No, 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 it can't. This is so dumb. You guys will not believe me. Okay. Uh, okay, so let me just share this thing with you. And I will never forget now, by the way. Okay, so the error that was coming with everything was right, but I was so focused on where is that service here I'm calling this where dot set dot find, meaning find all the data from this sheet and then return me, and I'm returning here. But the problem is on the route, no, on the controller. Here I got the result, but I'm returning it like that. And in the route, this return the data is here, but it this is not how you return the data through the controller. You return through rest.json. and that was the mistake. And I'm so sorry. It was so god damn it. And that is why I was not. This was just like going into the loop and nothing else. And now you will see the response here. Sorry, I changed that, but let me just restart again. And once it start, and you see the result now. Oh my god, it was so dumb for me. Oh my, it is so embarrassing. I'm telling you guys, this was maybe I should have taken a break and I was checking one by one key. You know what, route, then controller, then service, and then everything. But it did not come into my mind. Ki where, oh my god, it is so. Oh my god, this is just great. So this was the culprit all along. This was it. You won't believe it. This that was the error that I was facing, and oh my god. Anyway, uh, see that I think this is very very important for me. Because of this error I had to Google so many things. So I learned what is by default database this MongoDB creates, and how does this collections get created inside this test database. How do you use that? How do you use this collection? Because the Mongo by default does this plural to these collections. So these things I got to learn about them, and definitely it will help me. But enough about this thing, and let's go and try to uh, like for example make it work the next features, okay, which was related about this ticket booking system that we wanted to create. I have It's been 3 hours and 18 minutes. Trust me, I'm telling you, I'm not leaving until I'm done with this thing. How much time it takes. So let's start from the beginning, okay. I think now I think it won't take that much time. And so where bias I again. Okay, so this is where I was, and here instead of just all this, I need status. Status is equal to have label. These are the data that I should get. Now, let me just go here and just uh, copy the clipboard and add more database, more data to this, so that we know we can test. And we don't need this. We don't need this either. Available, and the data table should be 2 and then 3. Sorry, like two tables are like two seats are fine. But I just want to test something else, but it's okay. Now the status is available and there are two seats, and if we go and test it, we should get the two seats. And as you can see, we are getting the two seat number, and then seat number 1 and seat number 2, and both of them are available. Our goal here we return that something very key status is available. Okay, if I done write something else, it will check and it will return nothing. It should return nothing, but it will giving okay, because in the code I need to start again. It's taking the status, but it would be little bit dynamic. So as you can see, it is empty, returning as empty because this status DSD doesn't match. So I think the our like this method is working fine. Where first requirement of, if you can go above, you can say view available seats. So we are seeing available seats there. All right. Now let's come to the second, which is post, meaning create the ticket. Okay. And for that, I created this service. So create ticket, ticket, and let's okay. In controller, what I can do is, where is the controller? Here. I was just doing the same thing for all of these things. Async and await and const result and response dot json result. Anyway, so I can what I can pass here is status and comma status is equal to what is the status is active sheet id user id status and what are the tables, sorry, what are the model. Let's just check here. If you go user id sheet id status are created it, all of these things will be created automatically. So that's what we are doing, and now all I have to do just go to this ticket service and I can just say ticket model, ticket model, and what I can do is this return await await ticket dot create ticket and async yes, and get ticket from the DB for this particular region. Okay, and the same thing with for this return async await await ticket dot find user ID is equal to, if a user ID I can pass user ID like that, and it will return all the tickets for this particular user delete ticket. And what is the goal of this delete ticket? We mark the ticket cancel and make that sheet available. First let's test both of these. Ticket create, so let's just go and see create mongoose schema dot create model create API. So what does it do in Node.js? What you can customer, I know customer, whatever that is. Create name Rahul and count 5. Okay, so meaning we are doing fine. So let's test it, shall we? And so basically what the goal is, ticket would be created and we will need to pass. But again I said where is the controller? In the controller I have done this const result is equal to, this is what we need, and then return, or we can just say this result dot json result, no rest dot JSON. And same thing for that, const result is equal to this thing, and then return return rest, I think this rest.json and result. All right, and but first thing is how do you extract the X user ID, which is this. Extract that. Okay, we can do that here, no problem. I don't have problem with this thing. In express controller, and I know that how to send. I'm just asking how do you extract that? Extract. How to extract request HTTP address? Okay, you do this thing. I think request dot headers. You need to do that. I think that I did that, and then what you need to do is this X user ID. This is what I will be getting. And okay, let me just check here. This would be enough, but let's see. And first log them so that we can check okay whether we are right or not. Yeah, sheet ID user ID. All right, sheet ID user ID. Then we're passing this status as active and cancel. So it should create, but let's see. And let me just rerun that again. Create ID, user ID. Again, I should have done there something for that. Also, it's user ID, so it's not that difficult. And why did it fail? What was the problem, bro? Ticket import. What was it? Cannot find module. Cannot find module from the ticket service. Inside ticket service, I did not find the module. Of course, you will not find the module. I need to add the .js for that. No problem. I will get you working, bro. No matter how hard you make it for me. Schema is not defined. In where does this? Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. I need to do this thing for you also, right? Uh, schema. Is it fine now? Okay. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? All right. No problem. Now I am getting the shades. Great. Let me just go to Thunder client and let me create new request. Let me just copy this thing. And the new request would be post and it would be great, guys. Ticket. I hope this is the ticket routing. Let me just check first. Ticket route. Yes, it's post and I should just check. Tickets is the thing, guys. Nothing problematic. No problem in that. I can make it work. And tickets. Okay, no problem. We can make it work. Post headers, and this is where we need to pass that. अरे यार, X user ID, and it could be I don't know 11 for the sake of it, and body as a JSON. It should be something like seat ID is equal to one. One. Seed ID is equal to one. So basically, what we are saying is x user underscore ID, x user underscore ID pass कर रहा हूँ मैं. I passing as 11. It will be extracted on the post is the request API tickets, and in the body I am passing seat ID as a one, and this seat ID exists, so it will create. And I am getting error. Okay, no problem. Cannot destruct the property user ID. Wait, sorry, sorry. Ticket service, because of course you can't do that. For to do that, I'm not passing it as it this time. I can just this to this thing. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Anyway, and let me just restart it again. And okay, ticket validation failed. Seat ID cache to object ID failed for value. Okay, seat ID is one. Ah, seat ID is not one term. Seat number should be. No, 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 no. Arre, you are right. You are right. I need to, get this. I need to pass this thing as ID. Yes. So this is what I was telling you guys. This is what. Yes. Yes. Status is active, and now the real challenge is this. Not challenge. It is created as I said sheet ID. Now it checks whether this actually exists into the database or not. And that's the benefit of this using this into the model. Oh, let me just show you. Where is that ticket or this? This is what I did sheet ID. It has to exist into the database, but or in some kind of object ID type thing. Anyway, and I'm passing that sheet ID here. Okay, it created, and we have got this time sheet ID, active ID, but we did not get the user ID. Why is that? Within the model, I think we have user ID, and we passed that. No problem. Let me just go ahead and just create one more. It is no. Let me just. This is the same thing. Okay, you know what? I can just do get, and in the same user ID, I will pass, and I will get the same thing. Empty object. That's interesting. User identified. User ID undefined. Cast failed for value is identified. You are saying to me that here, here on this thing, X user ID is undefined. Why? Let's try to first log this thing. I think it would be very good to check what does this headers contain. Although I know what headers contain, but I just need to again. The goal here is to just understand them deeply so that everything makes sense to me. And I just want to be in control of this user ID. I'm just passing that way. I'm just getting it that way. No problem. Let's do it. I am getting this error again, but my interest is this key function. Header function. I'm getting what the hell. Okay, so that means there is something wrong with that. I should not get request header function instead. What am I missing, guys? What am I missing? How to extract? How to get X user ID from request headers in middleware express. Let's see what it does. I'm not asking about middleware. Request body, I get it. Where is the like header? What the hell is wrong with this thing? This is why the stack overflow has become like irrelevant. Like literally, you're like, I'm asking something else. Not space question. Intent to create my check the request. Okay, let's see what ready post like this thing does. You are creating that some bit of request dot headers. I think I need request dot headers. Arey yaar, what the hell is this? Let's see what this thing does. Arey, I just need to I'm passing the. Oh my god, so frustrating. How to get the request dot headers in Express? Example would be nice. Guys, an example would work fine. Won't teach me. No problem, eh? I can do this. Get X user ID. This would give me that. Won't it? Let's see if this give me the user ID or not. And this is what I was. X user ID. Request get order is not a function. Okay, no problem. Then what the hell is not returning my X user ID? I'm passing that and I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get this. Export default user docker store.get item user. Access token. The right time. Okay, thanks to the place so you can react on what's on about why the user ID value in the request address is coming back as undefined. I tried reducing the error but could not. I was able to log user ID on the console, so I believe the request issue not with naming convention or explain either notice. Maybe it you big debug tool or you are not using correctly. I think here somewhere in the pipeline. Comment was on the money. Make sure that. Okay, so request or user ID. You know what? Whatever that is, let me just do this thing. I don't care. What I will do is this. User ID 11. And 11, what I will do is create the post and it should create. And now let me just get. Okay. And we need to implement that thing also where we are trying to create a ticket, but first let's work on the get. Cannot read property and define array yar. Oh, user ID. Sorry about that. And this is also getting saved as a user ID, I'm assuming, and that's why it's a problem, because there was this post undefined. Okay, undefined is what coming. Why it is undefined? I just want to understand this thing. HTTP headers, HTTP headers, user ID equal to 11, and it is undefined. Why? Just give me the answer, man. Headers. All right. All right. Maybe is it header headers? Correct. Are Bhagwan. Why it's all happening with me today? Why today? Right, this is what you signed up for when you said ki you will not use these tools, and 11 got just, and now get meaning go to this document and get me this document again undefined. What the hell is going? User ID. It just came here. So in this controller headers user ID, and the same thing here, right? So user ID. If 11 can come here, why not here? Okay, 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 okay. My mistake. My mistake. I take the responsibility of this dumb mistake because I was doing this get. Guys, I'm literally tired, but I will not stop until I get this API thing done. I thought, literally, I was thinking in 1 hour I will just make it work. So let's again get it, and we get it, but it failed. Why did it fail? Because user ID for model ticket. It says key string value this path null this cast to string fail for value 11 type object as path is ready for model ticket. It is number, and I think I'm storing that as a string. Okay, let me start again because it's a string. So, and I believe there was this, and again the thing double. Okay, so let me just go here in the model, and what is that? User ID is string. Okay, no problem in that. What is this saying now? It's saying cast to string failed for value user ID 11. Type object as path. Array, okay, so the thing is, I think I found the result. It's not user ID. I need to do this, or maybe I need to do this. Where I'm not passing like this. I'm passing as this user ID itself. So now it will get converted, whatever, and hopefully this should return me the value of, and what is this? What is this? Is it empty? Okay, let's try to run post. Okay, and let's try to run get now. Meaning get this user ID, go to there and find me the what actually we are saying. We are saying get this ID. Okay, get this ID. We passed into this service. This service goes here and user ID is equal to this user ID. We passed in ticket user ID string and return the values. Okay, makes sense. Let's done that. Empty. Why empty? Go to this document and refresh it, and maybe I can just do this refresh databases. There should be a ticket table or collection. What is this? What is this? Ticket collection. Just, and there are some records and user IDs in some string. What I'm saying is I needed this user ID. User ID is equal to this ID. Then what? And it should return. Honestly, it should return to me. Restoring. But I think here if I'm passing this as a not get ticket controller. Uh, let's check. String. Yeah, we are passing as a string. And that table field, what was the table model like ticket order? User ID, yeah. So it should return to like let's just what we should do here, just query here. Let's say user ID is equal to 11 and it is returning both. Hmm. So meaning why it's not returning here and ticket controller. I know this is where the ID come. I know I have seen the ID. Here is the ID. I extracted that ID. I'm passing into this survey and it's going as a string also. And this is where I'm user ID is the field name. Ticket.find user ID. It's returning as an empty object, but it should not return empty object. Instead, it should return the find user ID. Hmm, what about this when we do this thing? What if I do this? Maybe this might cause a problem, but let's see. If that is the problem, then but it wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's not a problem. What is the problem? What is going on? User ID. Yeah, it is fine. Ticket.find. Just like I did with the seat and seat service. Very seat service. And yeah, status is equal to available. What about I do this just for the testing purposes only? 11. I think now it should return to me all these things. Just for the testing, guys. Still nothing. What the hell, man? Okay. And is there any reason for that? I mean, the data is getting stored, but we're not getting it. Meaning, table is fine. Uh, type is string. And I've checked it. I've double checked it. Let's user ID exists. Sheet ID exists. Status is active. By default, it is there. And query is also running fine. Like as we can see, when I put user ID is equal to 11, it gives us the result. But what is going on? Like field name. I think field name is also fine because I am just doing this thing ticket user ID. and this user ID same. Yeah, it's same ID. Let's check whether the ID is coming or not. But I think ID is getting here. And let's but for the safety reason, just check because I don't want to trust myself anymore after this thing. I can check here user ID and user ID. Okay, okay. I think I know the reason. I know the reason. I think wait is the problem because again it is returning fast and I'm just getting this after later. Sorry about again my bad. I know I'm just forgetting these basic things and that's the problem. I think and I just get it now. Wait, it will work. I am telling you it will work. Wait. Let me just say this. Let me run again and it will work. Fine. Let me just remove this. I did this thing, so let me just remove this and I can just keep it that way. Let me, and it will work fine, guys. I'm telling you, it will work. And yes, it worked. And the reason was, as you said, when the function get calls, it returned very fast because async await kind of waits for the response to come. But it was synchronously we are running, so it sees the task, it puts it and returned it. That's it. Its job is done. But we don't want to do that. We want to wait for the actual task to happen so that whenever the result comes, then we want to return. Okay, that's why it was not working, and now we're getting this. Now we can implement this, but first I think there is very big problem in our logic, which is we are creating but we are not checking how, like basically that this seat is already reserved or not. You know what I mean? So for example, seat number I think is the same, and this seat ID, if I put this here, seat ID, it will give us all the result. No, why didn't it give us the result? Sorry. Okay, something is wrong. But why are not why am I not getting the data? Sorry, user ID is that field. So basically, what I'm saying is, if you look, this save ID is the same seat ID that we created this data for, and we don't want to do that. As in this, like if you see here, post if the seat is already booked 400, we want to return the error. Okay, that is what we need to do next. And just give me a minute. I'm just coming back. Okay. बेटा वाट लग गया तो ये भैंस क्या था अब खाना में भैंस टाइम खाना बार बार तो घुमा ये घंटा कर रहा मेरा वाला आता कुछ है नहीं साला और कहीं। अरे राम जी। ये चार्ज पे लगाते यार मोबाइल ने 1% ही सौ लिटरली 1% चार्ज है थोड़ी देर मुझे। Okay, so uh, let's start. Basically, we have implemented this, and this, and I wanted to do that, but before that, I think first we need to tackle this thing. If seat is already booked, we should not book it again. Okay, so this is where creating ticket is happening, and before we do that, we need to check. How can you check? Let's do this Google search of where condition only if something is true in mongoose model, then create, otherwise not. I think the simplest way that I can think about is to uh, check if something exists or not. I think that is what we can do it. That's a good way to do that. But I was thinking about database level if we can find like only perform this if like if it doesn't exist by the uh, method return evidence if either true or false. This method checks if particular document exists in a collection or not. The exist method takes query the parameter and if the query matches the document in the condition, you return true. Let's see using this thing. You don't need to call query replicator since you passed. Basically, what I'm looking for is there a best method to do this? More well that you need array empty and execute. I was looking for something on the database level, basically in a SQL query, you can just say you only update where status is. Yeah, but I think we can do it. Where condition only if the something is true in Mongoose model, then create otherwise. Create create model API only if doc doesn't exist. Let's see. Mongoose. Code to be shorter than simple, but I don't know Mongoose very well, and I'm not sure how to portray. I'm trying to check a collection of the existence of document, and if it doesn't exist, create it. If it doesn't exist, I need to update it. In either case, I need to access the document content afterward. No, I'm not actually. No, 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 no. If the document doesn't exist, result new model create query. I have to new. You're looking for the new option parameter, new option, return the newly created document. If new document is created, use it like this. So create a document. If not, find a document. You don't need to create another one manually. The create document is not populated with the default value defined in MySQL. Very confusing. Any reason why that might do you know? Okay, kind of strange, little quick, but I posed the developer said the reason this is a pretty fantastic solution to my problem. So thank you for your. How do you find which status code sent to 121 created? What is the object I'm trying to update? Since you wish to affect a part of a code to be sorted, I think of it. Option update. How it find and update. I think this could work very well for me, and I don't know about that, but find and find and update one talks filter update option. Single document based on the internet short criteria. Syntax. Dual collection. Find one and update. Find one and update Mongoose model example. Find one and update. Not find one. Mongoose. Okay, there's this one filter meaning name John. Okay, so filter I can say filter and update meaning update is the age 92. But what if I don't want to do this? But it's just find one and update if it doesn't find. If doc exists, don't do anything. And if not, create doc in Mongoose. Best way. Find one. Create if it doesn't exist. I think that's the best word I'm looking for. Okay. I have a Mongo collection that has two fields. Let's say name and random string. I want to create a random string for a name only if it doesn't exist already. So that first request result in saving example name. Listing in the command for this all I could find is find one update. Well, I also put an option of state, but their behavior on match is to update. I want the behavior on match to be done nothing. I'm not looking for an if then solution like in this question as I have race condition issue. I need to be able to actually this is very good race condition meaning the reason we cannot do and I'm sure most of you might be thinking let me just I think I should explain this to you why I'm looking for this solution particularly. Well, the current problem I'm facing is this. I can do this thing. First, I can try to check whether this document exists, and if not, then I can do the later, which is creating the document. I can do this. First, I will check. Okay, ticket dot exist, and find one, and then it will give me the result. If it's like you, it's the length of is greater than one, meaning the document exists. So I don't do anything. And if it doesn't exist, meaning I can create it. But the problem in this case is, what if two people try to do the same booking the same thing and race condition meaning two people are trying to do the same thing at the same time. So in this case they will run this both query, they will return the true. for both of them because the request run one by one. So they might get into this timing issue where at the same time they run this both line find one based on this user ID. Find this sheet ID and check the status of that. We run that and it will return true for both of them. So both of them will be able to create it. So this will fail in this case, and that is why I'm looking for this particular like solution where it happens on the database level, so that in my application code I don't have to worry about it because I know that database will handle it if anybody is trying to do the same, because database handles this log condition very well. So that's why I'm looking for this solution. Okay, otherwise I would have done that same. So I think this guy is talking about the same thing also here. I'm not looking for an if then solution like in this question because I have the rest condition, which is that's what exactly we are also facing. That's why I'm looking for this solution where I just anyway, let's try to find the answer. Name random string is not valid JSON. What is your input? What do you expect output? I'm trying to solve a race condition which answer doesn't solve. It's not this object for me. Yes, there is command for this. You can do this by using add to set method. For more info, please go through this. Let's just go. If you still have any confusion regarding this question, please feel free to comment further. Okay. Thanks, but it's not an array, so I don't think to set applies. Hi, this is the solution I found in the end. Get random string, find one and update, name some, set on insert random string, get random string, offset to. The set message operator only applies when creating a new document, which is exactly what I needed. Question requires a unique index on the field in order to fully avoid duplicate. But this solution requires a unique index. Do it using the exist command to check random string field and then use set $set in an aggregation pipeline to upset that field. Okay. Collection dot update many name. I don't want to if the condition doesn't match with any document, then it return null. Aggregation pipeline works and update many only from the MongoDB version 4. If it doesn't exist, yes, but it would create a new document over and over because it won't find something that matches. It doesn't find anything. Array, yeah, what the hell is this? You'll find name, some name. So meaning I just create this thing, set on insert random string greater up string true. So I think I need to do the same thing also. I can do this thing care service which take this and let me just go into the service and I can do instead of create what I can do is find one and update, find one and update, which basically takes what, let's check extra differentiate and default parameter proof omit filter user ID create a file automatically find the first document images filter and then apply update. Find one and first one ticket, then something was filter, which basically find one and update Mongo's example. Let's check it out. The gigs for gigs in this case. Prevent race condition during simulation update. Okay. To update operation to apply example set. Start setting like new true. Stand for create and update true insert of no. Example of find one document method. Set new email. Insert a new one if no matching document is found. The updated one find method support this using the upset true option, meaning I need this, meaning insert. That's the only thing I care about it. And I can say true new and update or insert a book with title. I think if the book exists, price is 99. Its price is updated to 99. If it doesn't exist, new document is inserted. Update to insert the updated updating decremental key. Meaning I need to do this. I hope I'm right. Set to. I guess this is what I also need to do with this. Set is equal to ticket. Set is equal to this ticket. And here, what I can just say key title. I can check seat ID. ID is equal to ticket dot seat ID. Hopefully this is right. Basically, what based on this, that what I found. I think what we are doing is check seat ID is equal to ticket dot seat ID. If it found, then set to the ticket. If it doesn't found, then create new one. I guess that's what it is saying. I don't know this. If the book doesn't book exists, its price is updated to 99. If it doesn't exist, a new document is inserted. I guess, but I don't know. Set to install module. How did you find out the set is new false? I don't know. Let's see what happens now. Basically, according to this document, this is what it's supposed to do. Seat ID. If we found, then great. If we don't found, then oh my god. Anyway, let's see what happens. And when I say when I run, it should return give me the error because it's already. So let's see what happens. Then. Create ticket service, and what we can do is this: try catch. Rest.json, which can say message to seat is booked. And this is what happens when you don't write each line of code with yourself these days. It just get seat is booked. This is what I'm trying to do, and hopefully it works. Git base here, npm start, and let's see. Let's run this post where I think seat ID is going to be the same, so it should give us error. But it did not give us error. It just keep creating the document, and this is very sad. If I do the get, it will give me so many documents. Oh my god, and that is just wrong. One, two, three. Wait a minute. It is not creating. No, 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 no. One, two, three. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I'm creating this right. And let's get one, two, three. One, two, three. If you guys see what I realized, I think we did a good job. It's only creating one time. That's interesting. That's what I wanted to do. That I think it worked. So that's what we did, and but we are facing this problem where, uh, like, how do I tell which is which? Like, sure, this is not error, and I need to see key send this sheet is book type error also if it is updated. So let's just try to log it. What about this? I'm trying to get it. Let's see. Updated. Is there something that we can figure it out? Status active. Let's try to do some other sheets. Let's see what happens. Does this return something? No, actually, I'm talking about sheets. So let's see what it does with this sheet. V0 and this, and I'll keep doing it. Okay, one thing is clearly I can see this. Uh, as you can see, this time is 31, 1Z, whatever that is, but this is keep changing, as you see. So I know okay, this time is greater than created rate, so we need to figure something out. Key it is updated. So okay, that we can do, and I think, but where do I even do that? I don't need to check here. I can check here. But no, no, no. I can also say I need to check here. Result is here. I need to say key. It's not error. Like I don't need to do this. I mean I need to do this thing, but not for this purposes. I can say if result, which is what an object created at, where am I this result dot created at is small result dot updated at updated at. I need to send this rest dot json message is equal to seat is booked. Now all I have to do is check. Okay, return also guys, return very important. I just do this thing, and all I have to do is just go here, create a first thing. What I can do is uh, copy this. Where do I copy? How do I copy? Cancel and copy this thing. Add new document, insert new document, and what I can do, you can just go ahead and do this. I can just remove this and add this and remove this and add three. So I know that this document is getting created. And this is the ID of that document, and there are no document that was created. Not sorry. 3. I can just utilize this, and I know that till now this seat is not booked. So for the first time when I will do this, or let's just do this, it should return seat is booked. Seat is booked. But as soon as I change this to this new like seat number which I created, not seat number but seat ID, so it should say, matlab, it should return the entire document because it created, and it is. And if I do the again, it will return seat is booked. Seat is booked. So we did that, and now we have done that. Get tickets. We have done that. Again, as you can see, just go here and do the get, and based on the user ID, you get the tickets. So you will get all the tickets on of that particular user. And okay, now I'm not storing anything and anything, and this is done. Get all the seats. We are getting all the seats. Sorry about that. Tickets. We have created a ticket. We have also done this. If seats already booked, 400 here. We can return the 400 obviously because we just have to say the rest of the status is equal to 400. Of course, get status where we getting all the tickets. Now what is left is this delete ticket and slash ID. Meaning we will get the ID. Now mark ticket cancelled. So first thing we do is it where we are. We are here. I get this ID from the request param headers.params. I guess params. I don't know. This is how you do it. I think, but let's just assume this is how you get do it, and you go to this delete surface. Basically, you get this ticket ID, right? So first thing what it is asking you to do is update mark ticket cancelled. Update the document. Basically, just simply you can do is this ticket sync await cancelled, and then what we are doing, we need a seat to go the seat. Hmm. Uh, well, again, this idea is simple. What I'm thinking is first, what I need to do is I have the ticket ID. So I will go to the ticket. I will find the ticket, and obviously I will get the extract the seat ID. Then I will update uh, this ticket to the cancelled, and then my job is to make the seat available. So I'm thinking about. I hope this update return the updated document so that I get the seat ID again, and then I will do the same thing for that seat ID also. That's it. That's my plan. That's what I'm thinking. But let's see what happens. So ticket dot find find one and update ticket ID. So I think you don't need to pass this. You can just do this ticket ID, and it will return what const result. How do you do that? Like, how does this work? Find by ID and update. Let's just check on the Google. Bro, I did not thought it will take this much time to ID update. Okay, so ID the unique ID of the document we want to update an object containing the field to be updated along with their new value. So I think this is what I can do. I can just say colon, let's say status is equal to cancel. Cancelled. I think that's what we are trying to do. Not that is what we are trying to do. What we are trying to set it to. I did not thought that it will take that much time. Seriously, it took me like forever to build this application, and it is little embarrassing, honestly. But hey, whatever that is, at least I'm trying. And my goal was to stick to it, see what you learn in doing this thing, and trust me, I think MongoDB become a little bit more clear as how do you write these query and what kind of issues can come up in live coding, and of course in machine learning. So not machine learning, machine coding rounds. This becomes very helpful once you know what kind of issues you can run into it, and it's pressure on you, so you're not able to write the best possible way to code and things like that. But this kind of simulation helps you to write better code, and I hope that generally it helps me to write better code next time, because I think I'm thinking about this thing. Logically I know, but okay. So let's see what it returns, and let's check now what it returns. I think in documents it mentioned new. If set to true, return the modified document rather than the original. Default to false. And optional, an object is page mostly says new upset related treatise. New. To return the modified document. Yes, I want that. So that new true. I want the document, and I can say updated ticket, and I need the value. And I same thing. What I can do is now is that uh, I can do this await seat dot find by ID and update, because I can do this ticket dot seat ID, which is basically ID of this seat. So it will also do the same thing. Status cancel. Instead of cancel, I can just do this where status is equal to available. And yes, so this is the ID that we will send from this seat ID to this seat ID model, and available. And I think return true. I guess that return true. I guess return true will be the, yeah. So basically, find by ID on this method, ticket ID will be we will return from the front end. It will change the status to the cancelled. Then we will get the updated document, basically which is ticket. Updated ticket to the status is equal to cancelled, and then we will have this seat find by ID, where updated ticket dot seat ID is what we are saying is basically find this seat and make it available. Basically, change the status to available, and yeah, that should work. Basically, I need to just check with this. So as we go here, and also one more thing, these are the seats, but their status is not changing. So I think did I forget about it? Status available, post return ticket, but we forgot to update their status also. I think we in the create also we need to update their status, or maybe we don't need to. No, but we need to. Like it's already available, so it's showing into the available. But yeah, 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 that's very good thing. Find one and update, and up cons result is equal to update, and we will run the same query for that also, and we will say the ticket dot seat ID is equal to booked. That's what it said here, booked. So now whenever I do this thing, booked, is what said, and return this result. That's it. So I think when we create a ticket, it would mark that as a status as a booked, and yes, then get tickets. Basically, all the tickets, delete tickets. Again, we get the ticket ID from this request. We get pass it, mark status to the cancelled new requirement, because basically we send the new document when, meaning whenever you update status to the cancel, we need the updated ticket, and from that updated ticket we want the ticket, sorry, not seat ID from the ticket, and we are running the available again. Basically the same command, meaning make it available. We can write a function also, but I'm just doing it for the just understanding it better. And I think that is it, but let's do the one more testing of that thing. And first what I will do, I will remove all of these thing documents if there are up, delete two documents, yes. And okay, 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 okay. Remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this. And I think there are three seats. Yes, all of them are available. Good. Tickets. There are no tickets. So first, let's try to create the ticket, and I will do it for this first seat. And I want to see. So first, let's do this thing. First, try to get all the seats. One, two. So when I do this get, and let me just run it again, and let me start. And hopefully this is where I've written the logic. Seat is available, state is available. Okay, so great. So I think this will return all the seats, basically all the three seats, one, two, three, and as expected, this is what it's supposed to return because the status is available. Great. Now let's try to create a seat, and the seat ID will be this, and user ID will be 11 for this example only, or maybe I can say user ID will be fun. That's it. User ID will be also one. So one user ID and one sheet number, some ID. So I will create this document, and he says sheet is not defined. Okay, sorry about that. The reason is this key. I need to import the sheet also. Yeah. Sorry about that. Let's go here because I think it mixed up some things. I'm sure it must have created some documents. I guess I don't know. Oh, it is created, so let's just remove this. Uh, that's why remembering these queries. How do I? Okay, that's it. So there are no tickets, and again, let's just do the one more time. Run this thing again, and let me start. And I will just do this query, and I will still get three available seats, which is I am getting three available seats. Good job, nothing problematic. User ID is one, and seat ID I have just written here, so that it should return me new ID with, and but there is this seat ID number should be booked, and it is, and seat ID number is this, and this is the same thing. And now if we get this, we only should get these two and three, not one. And again, as you can see, two and three are coming because it marked it as a booked table, so it is not available anymore. And this is once happened. And if I do the same thing again, it will say seat is booked, so it will not be able to book me the same seat again and again. So we tackle that problem also. And or what was that, getting the ticket for particular user. So that particular user may, let me just, it's user ID one. So if I just get, let me just book one more seat for that. But let me just go here and seat, and let's just sit two number seat also. I will book for this particular user, and it will create it. Okay, and if I try to get, meaning this is the user ID. We said particular user get all the tickets. So this user booked two tickets. So let's just get, and I have one and two. You get the two tickets, right? Now our status is active. Now when we saw it cancel, delete, it should just take this ticket ID, which is this, and do this. All right, and in body it doesn't matter because we're just taking this ID. But I'm not sure whether this was right or not. Like ticket service, where is the ticket service? I mean ticket controller. So ticket controller, is this how you get the ID? I don't know. Let's see, but let's try to run it. And it go give me this error, cannot read property undefined, because this is not how you get the ID. How to get the colon slash ID in Express request header dot params. As a request dot param, there is like okay. I did not, sorry, I don't have to do this thing. Request dot param dot ID. Okay. Is this how you do it? Is this how you sure about it? Are you sure? Let's, and this is how you request dot param dot ID. Okay. It makes sense. I need to go here instead of doing this. I just do this, and I think it would work perfectly fine now. So if I go here and go decide service.id, ticket ID. So again, this I don't have to pass like this. I can just do this. So I will send the ID here. It will come here. It will say update this cancelled status to the cancel of this particular ticket, and then make it available. So we will see that some seat ID will be available now. And before I run to this, I will run. There's only one seat that is available. If we just run this again, and there's only one seat that is available. This is number three. But when I run this seat ID, whatever that seat ID is, this we will check it. If I run this, this should uh, what do you call it? uh, there is one more like sheet should be available, right? Cannot read productive null. Reading seat ID. Ticket controller. That is strange. Okay. That is no problem. No problem. Let's try to solve it one by ticket routes. No problem. And here's the delete. What was the problem here? Also, let's just see. One user ID. Interesting. Seat ID. Ah, okay. What the hell is this? Interesting, guys. Interesting. I need to check what is this holding log. And let's run here in the tickets. Just few more minutes, guys, and I think it will be done. I'm also a little tired because I started at 4 p.m. 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's about to be 9 p.m. What can we say? But there are certain things that we cannot. And let's see, delete this, delete this, and okay. I just go and sheets. Okay, three sheets are available, no problem in that. And when you talk about create sheets, uh, post sheet ID and ticket sheet ID, user ID is one. Let's created. If I do the same thing, its sheet is booked. Got them, no problem in that. What I want now is this. This is the sheet ID. I want to send. How do you send this? I think this is how you send it, as far as I can remember. And method is delete. But why is it saying? Okay, let's just check you. Null. What? Why is there null? Okay, let double check it. Status ticket ID and status is null. Sorry, cancel. I can check like this. Ticket ID. I'm sure it must be getting ticket ID because that doesn't make sense. Let's try to run this only first, just to check whether there any. Let's see. Yes, ticket ID is coming. I get ticket ID is fine. Okay, no problem. So this ticket ID is coming. Is it updating the document? Ticket status is to cancel. Let's see the status of some documents. Let me just refresh here. It's still active. And this function is not working for me as I expected because this one is not even changing. Find ticket ID. But wait a minute. But there are no ticket ID with that. You're right. You are absolutely right. If I do this, get for this user. Okay, sorry. Get I get this. This is the ID. and this one goes there, and we try to find it. What? What do you mean I don't find in documents? You ID, of course I will pass that ID. ID. True. Okay, okay, it worked. It worked. This time it worked like a charm. Status is cancelled, and I have the seat ID which I passed. And let me just check. Okay, now if I say here, there should be two seats. Yes, available. And if I go here and refresh, it the status of this no. Let me just remove this, and the status is cancelled. Yes, we successfully built the API that we decided, seat model, ticket model. We did all of these things. And guys, I'm so dead tired. And definitely I got a lots of experience in learning as what not to do. Will share this code with you guys. Trust me, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 hours of continue, like literally figuring this thing out. It was good learning for me, but definitely I need to work more on my skills. And at least I knew that, like theoretically and conceptually, I knew what I need to do. But again, it wasn't enough because I did not practice enough. So that's why I was facing this basic error, literally like database connection was not working. Then basic query related things here. This field should exist or not. Based on this field, what kind of data should I get? And they are like basic things. They are nothing like something extraordinary about it. These are very simple things. So it should be like on your like fingertips. At least these basic things. There was nothing complicated about it. And trust me, I was so wrong because I thought I could just do this in just 1 hour, and I will get it done it by just in max 2 hours. That was my plan, but I did not expect it. This will go that much long, but finally I did it. I tested it, and it's awesome feeling ki now I know exactly where next week I should focus on, and I will definitely do that. And I will share this. Let me just do this thing while we are at it. Just let me just do it. I don't know when will I get this time. So get in it. Okay, get in it and get config user.name Ajay, git config user.email majay1630@gmail.com. Okay, and what I need to do is, I think all these files are there. I'm not trying to push that file here. Ignore package.json, seed ticket, db.js, ticket.js, seed ticket route service, ticket service. All of these things are going there. And for ticket booking API with requirements. Acha, let me do just one thing. Instead, I wasn't able to, uh, so what I can do is I can just do this thing. I can make the requirement or text uh, requirements to text. So you will get the idea ki when you will go through this the GitHub repository, you will get to know ki what I'm talking about, and so that you can also try to build it and see how much time it will take to you, and then you can always refer to this code that I've written, and trust me, you will learn one or two things here there. But it was genuinely very much impressive thing for me ki uh, like it was so basic, but it was very eye opening also why I need to code at least certain things so that I don't even get stuck on these things. And it's good thing uh, for me, trust me, because in machine coding rounds I would have definitely failed, because these are the literally basic things. There was nothing so complicated about it. It was so like basic things to implement, like CRUD operations and there's all of these things. So I should have known them like by heart. Ki if you do this, this is what you will get. This is you. Once you do this, this is what you will get. But next for the next time, I'm sorted. That's for sure. I know, and I think the weekend, this Saturday, I spent very nicely. Now Sunday I will rest. Whatever. But let me just push this code to the GitHub also. And GitHub, 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 GitHub. Create a new repository. New repository. Ticket booking API. Public. I think by default is public. And let me just do this. Git branch. Git branch. Master is the branch. Okay, main branch and git remote 8. Git remote 8 and git push origin main. And it's done. And if you come, or let's just not come, just refresh, you will see the code here. And as I expected, the code is here. And let me share this thing with you guys also here. So I post the code and you can check it out. Here is the code. And what do I say next? I think that's it. In this video, I have a test the GitHub repository. I have test the requirement.txt also. And definitely, maybe if I trust me, I will just go and like rest now. And once I get like tomorrow, I will make nice document and like learning things. And maybe I write a few errors that I faced, and I will just put it on the GitHub so that next time I can just look it up how to do the basic things. Okay, and yeah, that is it in this video. I will see you like next Saturday. Hopefully, in the next Saturday, we will do something more interesting, and these things won't be a problem for me. I have already like done this thing, so I know next time it will not cause that much problem to me, and I will definitely practice in the 5 days, so that it won't cause this at least basic level of problem, like for example connecting to database, creating the schema, and storing the data and getting the data and doing this database related stuff that won't cause that much problem. Today I think this was most time consuming, but it was awesome session, and as I promised, this is for me also, and just I enjoyed it, to be honest. And thank you so much. And yeah, enjoy. Or should I wait 3 more minutes and let it just happen? 5 hours, 5 hours of live streaming. It was majestic. Let me just wait for 1 2 minutes so that I can say it was 5 hours live. I think I did it. And you know what? While I'm waiting it, let me just share my screen with you guys. And let me explain the code once more time. So I will post the code to the GitHub. Anyway, and this was the entire application that we created, and close all the tabs. This is the app application app file where entire application is coming together. This is how you set up these routes and all of these things together. Then we created this ticket route, which is basically all of these requests that is coming to the tickets slash API slash tickets. Will go here. So create ticket, get ticket, delete ticket, create ticket. Again, it's controller, and basically controller job is to extract that information from the request body or headers, whatever that we needed, and then pass it to the create service, which will just do this thing, which will store the uh, ticket to the like database, and then we are doing the basic thing that we supposed to do, right? This is what we are doing, and created models for this is how we define the schemas, table, then the data types, and what was the name of the field, and things like this. I know, and this was very important. There was some learning, definitely. Why do we do that? Because by default, this mongoose add the s to pluralize these collections. So we just wanted to know, we don't want it to that. We don't want the mongoose to do that by default. We so if you add this collection dot exact name of this model, so that it forces you to use this, so it will work for you nicely, and it will not pluralize it, and you can see the tables in the, and by default it creates the test database, so you should check out that also. And in the database connection, it's simple, just this mongo connection, and then we just import these models into the service, simply seed model, and then we just try to do the seed find, update, delete, whatever that we are trying to do. A controller, we are trying to extract the value. In the service, we are trying to do the database logic, as I said already. The logic wise, it's simple and nice, nothing is extraordinary in that. But getting it together, especially in this, making it work, like what are the operations that should perform, and we spent so much time on these basic things, like connecting to the exact database, because I think that was the problem that fetching. Otherwise, there was nothing complicated about this thing. And again, these are basic things that I should have known, but I will definitely work on them. That's it in this video, and hopefully you, I know you didn't watch 5 hours, but this is how you should also do it. Like just sit there, start doing it, and especially in today's age where you don't have this much practice, you don't do usually, because if I used AI, though, I would have done it very fast, because but this is the problem. It's not a problem also, like you should use AI, by the way, but the reason I'm doing it for myself is companies expect you to write code on yourself, at least. They knows, they want you to have some kind of experience with that. So, and I think this is just a basic level of experience, so nothing, like I'm not building some kind of complex system. It's just a basic things, so I should have definitely known them. And now I have better experience what kind of problems could come up. And especially, as I said, conceptually I was like in the right, like the reason I was saying here in the delete also, I need this thing. The reason I needed this find id and update method was because I didn't want it to like conflict into the race condition. And I also explained the reason because why it could be the issue, especially in booking systems or payment related things. So that's why we use this database level logs, and they handled it very well. And that's why, otherwise I could have done just find the because some of you might be thinking, "Okay, why did you waste so much time? We could have just do this find ticket dot find by ID, and then you can just check if the ID found or not found." But the problem is we are trying to do it in our code. Our application can run at the simultaneously at the same code for two three people, and that could create the race condition of which update for the three people the state could be the same. But when we give this responsibility to database, they handle it very well. So if somebody is trying to uh, do the same operation on the same record, database can handle it very well. So that's why we needed to handle that, and that's why I was spending so much time on that also. But yes, that's the entire application. I am so much glad. I know it, and I know you most probably you are not even watching this video, but for me it was so much big thing. I was able to do that, and the only sad thing is it took so much time. But again, at least now for the next weekend, I won't have to waste so much time on that, and this is the best way to learn. So I think the Saturday spent very well. Thank you so much. I will just rest now and I will enjoy Sunday. I will not do anything. And yeah, I have linked the code, and here's my repository. Where is my repository? Here's the repository that I created for you guys, and I have pushed the code here. And so you can clone it, or you can try to do it on your own. And if you get stuck, you can just look into this uh, like this repository. I think I'm just so tired. I just need to sleep now. Hopefully, it's more than 5 hours. Yes, it is more than 5 hours. Thank you so much, and bye. See you in the next week. How to end this? Where is the end? End stream.